Hi, everybody. As always, I like to start my Delphi live chats with this photo of Abby and Libby. I believe they finally got justice. I know some people feel like Rick is innocent, and a lot of you guys have been waiting to hear and see some of this evidence from the trial. So, as always, like I said, keep Abby and Libby and their families in your thoughts. Richard Allen was convicted of this crime in mid-November 2024. I'm doing something wrong already. Okay, so I'm sure you're all wondering, where the heck did you get these, Tom? Can somebody say yes? We can hear you. Unfortunately, we can hear you. So if you're wondering where I got these, Auntie Gull said there's obviously this huge thing. These exhibits were secret. She said if you send a $25 money order to the Allen County clerk, you can get the exhibit. So I sent, maybe in mid-March, I sent a request for 4 things, and I'm sharing everything. Okay, everybody can hear me. First of all, hi, Sleuth Intuition. Thank you so much for your generosity. What do I have? You guys know I've been waiting for so long. There's apparently this 1:27 p.m. video of Hoosier Harvestore with a car going by that the police say was Richard Allen's car headed toward CPS. In the trial, the jury was not able to bring a video into their deliberation room. So Steve Mullen took 9 screenshots. So apparently this car is on the video for 9 seconds. There are 9 screenshots. I just tried now to show my PDF, which has all 9 screenshots. It does not allow me to. While I got these a few hours ago, I made a little comparison that I've been waiting to do for so long. I'll show it to you in a second. So that will be first. Next, I will do the confession calls to his mom and his wife. That, as you can see down here, I wrote, those are 47 minutes. The October 13th video interview is 1 hour and 27 minutes. And the October 26th one is 1 hour and 34 minutes. That's the order we're going to go in. I have the first 3 on this computer. I zoomed in on Rick on the October 13th one. My other computer is currently trying to zoom in and crop for the October 26th interview. That's going to be in like 2 hours. So hopefully I won't have technical difficulty at that time. Here we go. Tom's going to shut up and I'm going to present the first thing here. Image. Please stand by. Hopefully I don't have any technical difficulties, but give me a break. I'm trying to get you guys to finally see this stuff. Here we go. I'm going to take myself off of here. Yeah, so this is extremely, wait, let me take this off here. Bear Jew, thank you. Oh, thank you. And Beyond the Evidence, hello. Thank you, I appreciate it. Let me just get this off here. So as you can see, it's so blurry. So on the bottom, it's a black and white video. As I said before, this is a screenshot. There were 9 screenshots. This is the only one that was basically good enough for me to even try to compare. From what I can see here, I cannot say, yes, that's Rick's car, but I also cannot say that's definitely not his car. So on top, I pasted Rick's car that he parked in reverse at CVS, his job. They were trying to sell CVS, the building, for like $3 million in summer 2022, a few months before Rick got arrested. So this photo on top is Rick's car a few months before he was arrested. As you can see, like the red tail light in the back. In the front, the headlights have a distinct shape. He has black hubcaps, but in the video on the bottom half, I mean, I can't really say for sure the shape of it. It seems to me like there are black hubcaps at the trial. If you look at the back right tire, Steve Mullen at the trial said you could see through the spokes of the tire. I realized when I got this stuff today, when they presented this at the trial, they also showed 2 photos that were close up of Rick's car at work at CVS. So I should have gotten that better, but honestly, it wouldn't really help much because this is so blurry. You guys can think what you want. I do think in the back, it does look like a hatchback, a very dark car, probably black hubcaps. Other than that, I don't even know. So we'll move on with our lives from that. Okay. Where am I? All right. Next up will be the phone calls. So I've been rushing to do this in time. So as I said, please cut me some slack, Jack. So I was rushing to do this. As you guys have seen before, I make PowerPoint slides. During the trial, I did my best to take notes as I heard these phone calls. I believe there's 8 here. I did my best to write. I then transferred it to a PowerPoint. You're going to see I got some things wrong. It was not intentional. So I wanted to at least show it for people who cannot hear it. This is my best guess from the trial. I was able to redo the first one from November 14th, 2022 to his wife, but I was just running out of time. So after this chat's over the next day or so, I will upload these in better quality with better captions, but this is what we're dealing with right now. So I'm going to share. I turned it into a video. Calls. It's going to start. Yeah, so I added that part. I added that part to show as a comparison what Bridge Guy's voice sounds like. So here we go.
Please hold.
Say the sound is bad, but this is the best I can do.
Hello, this is a free call from
Ricky.
an inmate at the Indiana Department of Corrections, Westville Correctional Facility.
Hey, are you there?
Hey, yeah.
Hey, okay.
I'm sorry, hon. I'm trying to keep this together.
Oh, hon.
I don't want to upset you anymore. All I want to do is be able to help you. Okay?
Yeah, yeah.
So, I'm not saying anything, but if it gets to a point that it's too much, you just need to call the investigators and tell them to come and get me and bring me to you, and I'll tell them whatever they want me to tell them, because whatever it is they want me to say, I'll just say it.
No.
So I want to be able to make this stand for you. And for everybody else concerned because of this. I love you too much. And every time I talk to you, I feel like it's going to be the last time I get to talk to you.
I know. I wish I could hug you.
I can't explain what's been going on.
Oh.
And I don't want you to worry about me.
Yeah.
I'm a man and I'll take care of myself, but I'm worried about you. And that's all I do is worry about you.
Oh.
So, and you let everybody else know how much I love them, won't you?
You need to hang in there, honey, okay?
Huh?
You need to just hang in there, because they're going to get you an attorney soon, okay?
Will you just let everybody know how much I love them?
Of course I will. They already know, hon. They all know.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
Nobody loves me anymore.
Stop. That's not true.
I know. I'm
Not
sorry.
true.
I'm sorry.
Not true. Okay?
I'm sorry. I'm
It's
sorry.
okay. Okay.
I know what you told me. I know what you told me, and I believe you.
Yes.
I just, knowing I'm never going to see you again, or at least it feels that way. I'm just saying, if it gets too hard, just tell them to come and get me and bring me to see you, and I'll tell them whatever they want me to say.
No. It's okay. It's okay.
Okay. I don't need you to try and be strong for me. Okay? You need to be weak. You need to be held. You take care of yourself, okay? Okay? I know. But you need to get the help you need. I can't hug you. I I can't tell you anything that's going to make you feel better. So please just make sure if you need Mom or Brett or anybody that you're going to them, don't wait.
Okay, I know.
Did you go back to work?
No,
Okay.
they don't want me there.
They don't?
They're afraid for me.
Oh, okay.
That's okay. They're afraid for me and they're afraid for themselves, so
Okay.
just do the best I
I
can.
understand.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, baby.
You have 1 minute remaining.
I'm sorry, baby. Just one more thing. I fucked up for you. I just love you so much, babe.
I love you too, honey.
Okay? I'm not gonna keep calling.
No,
I wish I
it's
could
okay.
see I wish I could see you, babe. You don't know what I'd give to see you just one more time.
I know.
Because I don't know that I'm gonna make it. But you just know that if anything happens, I'll see you in the next lifetime. I swear I will, okay?
Okay.
Okay. You take care of the family for me. I love you all.
I love you too, sweetheart.
Okay. Bye-bye. It's good to hear your voice.
I love you too,
Bye.
sweetie.
Okay. It's going to cut us off here.
Okay, I love you. Okay.
I love you.
I love you, honey.
I love you. I'll hold
I
on.
love you.
Thank you for using GTL.
Okay, that was number one. I'll get to some of your comments here. Yes, this is real audio. Yeah, so it's interesting. He's like, I'll tell the detectives whatever they want to hear. Like, why would you say that if you're innocent? Mr. Scott, innocent people don't do this. It seems like most of you think he's guilty. Some obviously think he's innocent. We have 7 more after this. This next one is going to be with his mom. It has a very bad echo. There's nothing I can do about it. Let me look real quick for other comments. Heather says, I'm 50-50 on the voice comparison. The guys down the hill is so short to really know. I agree. But after I first heard this in the courtroom, I wrote, does he sound like Bridge Guy? And I think he does. He was obviously crying a lot in this one. Somebody asked when this was in relation to his arrest. He was arrested October 26, 2022. This was November 14th, 2022. So now we're going to fast forward to April 2nd, 2023. As I said, this is with his mom. Her name is Janice. I have to take that off. Truth sleuth. They proved their case per guilty verdict by 12 members of the jury. All right, I'm going to mute myself. I might stop this at some point just to make a certain point, but here we go.
This is a prepaid debit call from
Ricky.
Hey,
Hello.
good morning.
Yeah.
How are
Good
you?
to hear from you.
Yeah. Been trying to get a hold of Kathy all morning, but this stupid phone system doesn't seem to be working right about half the time.
It cut us off Friday, didn't it?
Yeah, I'm sure it did. I got a hold of her once today, and then it cut us off before I had a chance to really talk to her, and I haven't been able to get her back since. So.
Okay.
I was just curious to see if it would let me through to you. So that's good.
They had a lot of real bad storms.
Oh, in Delphi or?
Well, in this whole, in all of Indiana. There was tornadoes and everything.
I thought I heard something about tornadoes. I know we had a little bit of hail at one point, but I haven't slept all night.
They may not have
They
internet
may
or
not
anything
have
either.
internet or anything either. You still there?
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, if you talk to Kathy today and I haven't yet, just tell her I'm okay, and I'll talk to her as soon as I'm able to get through to her.
Oh, okay. I will.
All right. Hey, are you going to church today?
Yeah.
Good. Where are you going to church at? I didn't even know you were.
It's Story Church. It's there at the Rock City Theater in Peru.
Really?
Uh-huh.
Why there? What made you decide to go there?
Colleen, my friend, who started going, and I started going after I wrecked the van.
When did you wreck the van?
Oh, it was in February of last year.
Oh my God, you've been going to church that long?
Well, I've been going probably for I'd say since last summer.
How did I not know you were going to church?
Well, I just started going,
crazy.
and then I decided I needed to get back with God again. And I figured He's been sparing my life for a reason all these years.
That's good to hear.
Yeah. And I'm glad that I did because I wouldn't have made it through all this without Him.
Yeah. So, did Kathy tell you that I told her the other day that I accepted the Lord Jesus Christ as my Savior?
Oh no! That's so wonderful. Oh.
I didn't know. She told you or not, but God's really important to me right now. I just, to hear you say that you've been going to church for that long again just makes me happy.
It makes me happy. And that Kathy's going and all that.
Yeah. Okay, well, I could go on all day, but I'm going to try to get a hold of Kathy again, and if not, then I'm going to fall asleep at some point because I haven't slept. So
Yeah.
hopefully I can get a hold of her before I fall asleep, but if not, I know that I've talked to you and that you'll let her know that I'm okay now.
I will.
I've got a family that's always going to love me no matter what, and
Yes, you do.
I've got God, so, and I know that Kathy's got God, and you've got God, and
Yeah.
that's good enough for me. So
Yeah.
I know that He is not going to let this last forever, and
No, He's
that
not.
we're all going to be back together eventually.
Yeah.
He'll make that happen. It may be today, it may be tomorrow, it may be 6 months from now, it may be when we're together again in heaven that it's going to happen. And
I just think God's
Just
going to
keep
work
the
a
faith
miracle
and-
through all this.
yeah, I think He already has. I mean, Kathy sent me a Bible. I didn't accept God into my life until March 21st of 2023. So that's a week ago, week and a half.
Yeah.
And I never would have done it if I hadn't started reading the Bible. And I wouldn't have read the Bible if Kathy hadn't sent it to me. And
She's been trying for a long time to get one to you.
And I questioned, when I called her and tried to tell her that I had accepted God, I struggled to know if it was really this Bible and if this was actually a Bible, because I don't know if you know this or not, but the Bible that she got me doesn't even say the Holy Bible on it, on the front.
Yeah, but it's just worded so you can understand it better.
Sure. I didn't know if you knew that. It just, on the front it says the message. So after I accepted God into my life or accepted Jesus Christ as my Savior and got into my life and told Kathy that, she told me that first she had to convince me that I was actually reading the Bible.
Yeah.
And then I asked her where she got the Bible from, and she said that Dr. Frank had given it to her.
Yeah.
And so today I was calling her because I wanted to make sure that the next time she saw Dr. Frank, I wanted her to thank Dr. Frank for saving my life.
Oh.
By giving her a Bible.
Yes.
Because otherwise, I probably wouldn't have a Bible today.
Yeah. She had been trying to see if one of the lawyers could get one to you and that. But she really wanted you to have the ones she'd been reading.
Okay, well, I'm going to go now and try to get hold of Kathy, and if not, hopefully I can get a hold of her tonight, because I'm probably going to fall asleep at some point.
Okay. I love you.
I love you too, Mom. Bye.
Bye.
Okay. Yeah, Chris, let me look. Sorry, I'm missing a lot of your comments here. Chris said, here we go. Chris, how is that a confession? That's not. They're coming soon, which right now, I think April 3rd, 2023. I'll get to a few more comments here. Hi, Scumbag Trav. Strange he never asked or references his daughter. Yeah, I'm curious to know if they ever had any phone calls. None were played at the trial with his daughter. Yeah, so it's interesting. Apparently, he also told Dr. Walla he wanted to get right with God with these confessions. So her voice obviously was echoing. I don't think that issue is going to be in any of these other further phone calls, which I know you guys want to hear. Give me one more second. Charles says, it's the Odinist making him say this, laughing emoji. Yeah, I don't think so. I saw somebody said that he was like tortured to do that. There's no evidence of that. So here we go. We're going to, hi, Fire and Ice. He's supposed to be having a psychological break here. No, I believe that started April 4th. So the day after what we're about to hear. Let me take that off. Here we go. April 3rd, 2023, to his wife. And if you're just joining, these PowerPoint slides are what I tried my best to write down when they were playing in the courtroom. I just got these like 3 hours ago or 4 hours ago. I have not had time to update the transcript, but I wanted to at least show on screen to give you guys an idea of at least what I thought I heard in the courtroom. So here we go.
Honey,
Yeah.
are you there? Are you there?
Yes, babe. Yeah, babe.
What's going on?
I just wanted to apologize to you.
what's going on, sweetheart. Are you
I
not
did
feeling
it.
well? You did
No,
what?
I did it.
What?
I killed Abby. I killed Abby and Libby.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
No, you didn't, Darren.
Yes, I did.
Don't say
I don't know
didn't.
why.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't, Darren. You're not feeling well. There's something wrong. They've messed up your meds or something there.
No, I mean, I evidently did it.
No, you didn't. Why would you say that?
Because maybe I did.
No, you didn't, dear.
I think I did.
No, you didn't. They are screwing with you there, and I'm trying to get to the bottom of it. There's something wrong. They are messing with you. They are messing with your mind.
Did Dad tell you I called?
Yeah.
What did I say to him?
I don't know. I talked to your mom, but she called me in, and we're just worried about you because something's not right.
Is there a way to talk to Dad?
No, honey, I'm not with them right now. And there's something wrong. They're screwing with you there.
What did I say to Dad?
They have done something to your food or they've done something to your meds. And there's something wrong. Don't you ever say you did anything, because I know you didn't.
I think I did.
No, you didn't. Why would you say that?
Because I think I did.
No, you didn't. You know you didn't.
I wish I could say I didn't. I don't know.
You don't know. See, exactly. There's something wrong. They're screwing with you. They're trying to get you to say things. They're trying to mess with your mind.
No, I deserve it, I guess.
There's something wrong. No, you don't.
I just wish they would kill me or let me apologize to the families at least.
Dear. Don't talk anymore. Just don't talk anymore, okay?
Oh, I'm sure.
Don't talk anymore. I need to get a hold of somebody there.
Thank you for using GTL.
So to me, like a lot of you said, I mean, he sounds normal to me. A few people said he seems like he's having some kind of mental issue. Somebody said before he was on Seroquel. No, he was on Prozac before he went to prison, and then he was prescribed Prozac in prison. Let me just make sure I acknowledge the nice, generous people. Hi, Miss Doglover. I know you were staying up late in Europe. Those calls were disturbing, and he's a terrible actor. Definitely bridge guy. Thank you, A. Teague and Stacy, for becoming members. I appreciate it. Also, well, Lily, thank you for changing your name. And for being generous. Thank you. Malibu says, where is the apology to the families now? Yeah, at the end, he's saying, I want to apologize to the families or just wish that they'd kill me. To me, to me, it sounds like he's being honest. And as I typed up here, let me just highlight my own comment. Here we go. This fool says, he said, like, I did it very soon after the phone call starts. To me, like, he was thinking about it and he needed to tell her as soon as possible. And one of the most frustrating things to me at the trial was I was hoping that they would sync up the video of his jail or prison cell with these phone calls. We can see how was he acting before, during, and after these phone calls. Like, is he stressing out? And then he picks up the phone and says, I did it. Unfortunately, I don't think we'll ever know unless somebody starts talking who has access to those videos. And those videos from his cell will not become public ever. Sleuth intuition, he sees how upset she is. He knows he will lose her if he truly confesses. Yes, to me, it's a recurring theme of these coming up phone calls in this one. He says, I did it. And his wife and mom are like, no, you didn't. Stop talking. Like, what would have happened if they said, why did you do it? Tell me how it played out. I don't know. It's pretty frustrating. Yeah, if you're just joining, I suggest wearing earbuds so you can hear better. Pink Diamond, he's testing her. She won't accept it. Well, as you'll hear, this is over 9 weeks that he confessed. El Tigre, the first time he said it was a statement. She's screwing with him, making him question. But I can totally understand how a wife and a mother cannot imagine that the person they knew is capable of this, but that doesn't mean that he didn't do it. Streets of Bakersfield. Thank you. Bakersfield, sorry. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Candace says no mental illness. Yeah, I just want to add one other thing. So that was May 3rd. On that day, I thought they played another phone call that day in the courtroom. I might be mistaken. I'm almost certain that day he called his stepfather in his mom's house around 3:30 a.m. Or maybe it's this May 10th one. That was that day. Because he said, did I call dad? So if he says, did I call dad? What did I say? That was in reference to this 3:30 a.m. phone call. VSAV. So they did something to his food. What the what? I know, but I can understand that she cannot imagine that he did this. Somebody said a comment like his wife is starting to believe that he's guilty, but in the courtroom, her facial expressions and her head turning, she thinks he's innocent as far as I could tell. All right, I'm going to shut up and we're going to May 10th, 2023, 11:05. I believe this is a short call. Right after it, there's another call. This is to his wife, Kathy.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello? Are you there?
I am.
Hi, honey.
How are you?
Oh, it's good to hear your voice.
It's good to hear your voice, baby.
Oh, you doing okay, hon?
Oh, I might be now.
Okay. Well, I'm supposed to be meeting Brad here at the gas station to sign something, so I didn't know what that was about, but are they going to move you?
I don't know.
Okay.
I think maybe I'm losing my mind, but I'm not sure.
Oh, no. 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 So they allowed you to call, or have you been able to and just couldn't?
Oh, great. This is the part where it gets weird.
Yeah. I'm right here.
Oh. Are you okay?
Yeah? Yeah. What's going on, hon?
I don't know. I just think maybe I've lost my mind.
Oh. No, honey. We've all lost our minds at this point.
So Brad and so I can trust Brad and Andy then?
Yes, you can, sweetheart. Yes. Let's not talk about anything that we don't need to, but no, there are lawyers, honey. There are lawyers.
Well, I need to tell you something anyway.
Okay. Are you sure you want to talk to me over the phone?
I think I have to.
Okay.
I need you to know that I did this.
What? No. No, you didn't, dear. There's no way. There's no way, dear.
Love me.
Dear, there's no way. Okay?
I hope you still love me.
I always will go love you, honey, but no, you have not done anything. And I think you are not well. So you don't need to be saying you did something you didn't do.
Well, hon, this is the first time I've been able to talk to you, and I've been trying forever.
Were you just not allowed to call me, or?
I don't know what's going on, hon.
Okay.
I'm definitely going to lose my mind now, though.
Well, don't. I'm supposed to be meeting Brad here for some reason, so I don't know that, but
I've been asking for personal visitation, and that's not going
yeah,
through, and
I know.
then it's taken me, feels like it's taken me forever.
You have 1 minute remaining.
It's okay. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just trying to be at peace with things.
Honey.
And I had a dream that I needed to let you go, and I didn't know how to let you go, and
Well, then you're dreaming stuff again. Okay? That's all it is. You don't be talking about anything on the phone negative like that. Okay?
but I have to let you know that I did it, hon.
Dear. No, you didn't. There's no way. There's no way.
Thank you for using GTL.
Again, to me, I actually commented below. He does reference a lack of sleep and also thinks he's losing his mind. However, obviously, I am not an expert in maybe losing my mind, but determining if somebody else is mentally unwell. But to me, he sounds fine, and he knows the consequences. He's concerned about the consequences of telling his wife, I murdered these 2 girls. Will you still love me? I'll get to your comments. Nicole, thank you very much. Hello, I appreciate it. Rescue all the dogs. Hi to everybody, and we have to get tacos again. Thanks for bringing this to our community. We are all grateful. Thank you. Deb, nice to see you. You're welcome. Beyond the evidence, thank you also for your generosity. Charles says, the voice is so obvious now. Anne says, God, he sounds like Bridge Guy. Oh, let me just see this here. Matthew says, same thing Tom has said so many times. If I was falsely imprisoned, I'd be swearing and screaming all my innocence. Still haven't heard it from Rick. You will hear it in the October 13th to 26th video interviews that I'll play in, I don't know, 20 minutes. But, I mean, he had his chance in the trial to get up and say, as you're saying, I'm falsely accused. The police are corrupt. They're wrong. Here's why. Nope. Sat at the defense table. Atig, she kind of seems to baby him. Daily Survivor agrees with you. Jay says that's Bridge Guy's voice, 1000%. Ryan, yeah, a lot of people seem to think it does match. Like I said, when I was in the courtroom, I did circle yes for I do think it matches. However, I also noticed in the October 13th video interview, it does. I did actually say I did think it matched. The 26th interview, I didn't think it was as clear, but you guys can make up your mind in a little bit. Cat the Gravedigger. His previous 2 calls were to play on his mom and wife's emotions, manipulation to keep their pity and support. Then he tests that in the 3rd call. It's all manipulation of his wife and mom. Just a reminder, most of these, this next one is just a few minutes after the last one ended, but they're over The first one was November 14th, 2022, when he said, I'll tell the investigators whatever they want to know. And then these are, I think, over a 9-week period from April through maybe June 11th, 2023. Hi, Cranky Babushka. Purple Amaryllis, hello. I've taken tons of calls on a suicide prevention helpline. He's not okay. It's so obvious to hear. Well, how's he like saying things with his mom about like finding God? And to me, that sounded fine. And he starts these calls out, to me, sounds normal. Why is he immediately going to, I need to tell you what I did? Obviously, in this last call, he waited for a while. What he said something, I forget what he said. Like, this is where it gets weird or something. I guess because he knew he was about to confess to her again. Just a few more comments, then I'll get to the next phone call. Bear Jew. Yeah, I don't highlight any comments. I know some of you guys are saying some criticisms of his wife. I'm trying to be compassionate to her. She did not have anything to do with this, what happened on the trail. So Bear Jew said Kathy is a victim of his as well. As of now, I think she still thinks he's innocent. Veronica said, see, now I don't think his voice sounds like the 4 words on video. Just 2 more comments. Hi, Kristen. Wow, he questions if he can trust his attorneys. Apparently. Let's see. Yeah, my comment again, he said, I need you to know that I did it. Like, how is that somebody who's lost their mind? Why does he want her to know that he did it? I mean, she just rejects him time after time. Hi, Jamie. Peace and love, y'all. All right, I'll get back to the next phone call. And again, sorry I'm missing so many of your phone calls. Your comments. Moderators, if you get banned, it's not me. Moderators only ban people if they're being jerks to other people. 123 Rothschild. How did Tom get this audio? Auntie Gull said, send a $25 money order to the clerk. I did. I requested these 4 items. We started off with the 127 screenshots of the car, which was basically useless, essentially. We're now doing these phone calls, 8 phone calls. After this, we're doing item number 3 is the October 13th video interview and the October 26th one. We'll be here for another 27 hours. All right, here we go.
Hello?
Hey.
Hey, it's me.
Yeah.
I need to know if you still love me, baby.
Yes, dear.
Okay. And everybody else will as well? Honey?
Yes.
Because I may have to spend the rest of my life here, or...
Stop talking about it, please. That's not true. Okay. Okay.
I don't understand. I just got to know that everybody's still going to love me.
I love you.
Because I may only be able to see you one last time. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, thank you. It's not true, no.
It's true, honey.
No, it's not.
It's true, honey.
No, it's not. You're not Webster.
I'm well.
No. No, you don't.
Yes, I am, honey. I just hope that you'll still love me, because I may only, if I get the electric chair, or if I get the death penalty,
No.
Sorry, I have to stop it. Like, it's so frustrating. Like I said, I understand, like, she is in denial and can't imagine the guy she married at 19 years old did this. But he's like, I'm fine. I'm well. I'm trying to tell you I did it. And she's just like, no, no, no. All right, I'll get back to it.
No. No, honey, that's not gonna happen. No.
if it does, will you be there for me?
No. It's not gonna happen, dear.
Do what?
Nothing. This isn't right. They messed you up so bad.
It's okay, honey. I did it. I did it, dear.
Stop.
I cannot stop. I've got somebody here listening to me right now, dear.
No. I did it. I
don't.
Oh, you did it, dear. There's no way.
I killed Adam, dear.
No, you didn't. Stop. Stop saying that. No, you didn't.
I knew I was supposed to let you go. I was trying to let you go.
Stop. Dear, we're gonna be back together.
You have 1 minute remaining.
I hope you're always going to love me. No matter what. Will you always love me, baby?
Who's with you? Who's with you? Who's with you? Who's with you? You need to stop talking. If your lawyer's not there, you need to stop talking. Who's with you, honey? Who's with you?
Thank you for using GT.
Yeah, that was obviously horrible to listen to how much this has affected his wife. But as somebody said, I wish she would have just said, why did you do it? Tell me why. At one point, she says something like, I don't know, it might be coming up. But just instead of just like constantly rejecting, saying, no, 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 you didn't, like say why you did it, how it unplayed or unfolded. Hi, brown-eyed girl. Still hasn't asked how his daughter is. Just a reminder, there were over like 150 phone calls. These are only like 8 that were played at the trial. So we don't know what else was said that might have made him look innocent or asked how his daughter is. Sleuth intuition. I'm thinking she was in denial when she heard that voice like she is on this call. Teddy, hello. Innocent people don't say this shite. I agree. I mean, just hearing him say, I'm fine. I need you to know I did it. And I need to know that you're going to love me no matter what. To me, that doesn't sound like he's crazy. Some people disagree. Danny says that is Bridge Guy. As Teddy said, there is no longer any Bridge Guy. It was Richard Allen. Taruntash the Boo. I shouldn't highlight things I don't know the meaning of. Down the hill equals his voice 100%. There are a few people who do not think it matches up. That's okay. Heather says he's aware enough to know that he might spend the rest of his life in prison. Yeah, to me, he's like, he knows the consequences and he's concerned mostly about if his wife and mom and family are going to still love him. I have to thank some people. Scumbag Trav, thank you. Casey Anthony is more convincing than this guy. Thanks for playing these. Justice for Abby and Libby, correct. Mommy Wolverine, thank you. I appreciate it. Hello. B Rob. T Web says thank you. Just a few more comments and I'll get back. I think there's maybe 2 more, although my audio shows we're 2/3 of the way through this file. Let me just get a few more comments and we'll keep going on. Purple Amarillo thinks Rick is innocent, apparently. I'm well, Rick said. Sounds like a droid. People say I sound like a droid, robot, AI. All right, we're moving along. Mr. Furley, hello. Mr. Furley, I didn't see this here. Oh, here we go. Thank you, Mr. Furley. And Mr. and Mrs. Roper. Mr. Furley said something. I missed it, sorry. Let me look for it. Hi, Greg Hughes. I think the attorneys told her how to be. She often refers to not saying anything on the phone. Yes, agreed. 3 more comments, then we'll go to the next phone call. Hi, Stephanie. Nice to see you. How can he be so calm saying this to her? No reaction to her despair. Well, apparently he's in despair. That's why he's telling her and saying, I need you to know the truth. And she just rejects him over and over. Fire and ice. There was a wrongfully convicted guy who just got out of jail after 20 years in Indiana Department of Correction. Not once did he confess because he was genuinely wrongfully convicted. Rick is guilty as fire. 2 more comments. Please be polite to each other in the chat or moderators will ban you. What he said. Crime Jester, hi Charlie. He doesn't sound groggy or drugged or afraid. I agree. 1 more comment, then we'll keep it moving. Yeah, Heather, I mean, he's just saying, I did it. I'm fine. Will you still love me? All right, here we go. Next one.
Hi.
Here.
This is his mom, Janice.
Hello?
Hello? Hi, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, how you doing?
Oh, I'm all right, I guess.
Yeah. It's good to hear your voice.
So did Kathy tell you that I did it?
We're not going to discuss this, okay?
Again, I've said it so many times in my live chats. It's so frustrating, yet I understand the wife and mom not believing it.
Are you there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah. We love you, you know that, don't you?
Regardless?
Yes.
Again, like he's aware of the consequences of saying, I killed these 2 kids, and he's concerned about it. Sorry, I'll stop interrupting.
And do you know if Kathy's okay?
Kathy's doing okay. We've been holding each other up.
I'm just worried that you guys aren't going to love me because of the fact that I said that I did it.
Ricky, I just know you're not in a good place right now. And I'm praying for you, and we will always love you. No matter what. But just saying it doesn't mean you did it.
Well, it does when I did.
Rick, don't talk like this. I think they're just messing with you.
No, Mom, they're not.
Again, a lot of people say they were messing with him in prison. He tells his mom, no, they're not.
I love you, though.
What are you doing? I love you too, hon. I just know you don't have it in you to do something like that.
Mom. I wouldn't sit here and tell you I did it if I didn't.
Well, if they're messing with your meds and all that, yeah, you would. But we're not going to discuss the case anymore.
So if I did do it, then you guys don't love me anymore?
I will always love you no matter what.
Okay.
And that you can count on that.
Okay.
There's nothing that would make me ever stop loving you.
It's good to know.
Are they letting you call again?
Well, right now I am.
Have you gotten any of my letters?
I'm not really getting mail anymore. Again.
I write you every day.
Great. There's something else to share with my therapist.
Oh, they're letting you talk to her again?
They always have been letting me talk to her.
Oh. Just once a month or on a regular basis?
No, she's coming and seeing me every day.
Okay. Well, that's good to hear.
All right. Well, I'll let you go.
Okay, hon. I love you.
Yep. Tell everybody else I love them.
Okay. Bye, hon.
Bye. Okay.
Frustrating. To me, it sounds like a son trying to let this huge secret out to his mom. Just rejection after rejection. Hi, Malibu. Hard to admit your son, wife murdered 2 innocent young girls. Rest in peace, Abby and Libby. Beyond the evidence, we heard the same thing when he talked in court. Thank you, scumbag Trav. Would you say I delivered? Anyway. Yeah, so Indiana has some delays in the postal service. This was sent to me apparently in the mail March 27th, and it arrived this afternoon. But we won't complain. Okay, moving along. I'm going to do some more comments before we get to this next phone call, which I think is the second to last. Hi, Jamila, Sharp. He sounds frustrated that his family isn't believing what he's saying. I agree. 123 Rockchild, he does sound depressed, but I mean, that doesn't mean that he's lying about being guilty. Chris says he is not Bridge Guy. He may be involved, but that's not Bridge Guy's voice. Obviously, we have a lot of different opinions, and everyone is free to share theirs. Just don't be a jerk. Gigi thinks it is Bridge Guy's voice. A lot of people seem to think it is his voice. J Ray, is this after the Haldol or question mark? Yes, Haldol. Oh lordy, I believe April 14th was the first time he was given Haldol, because I think on the 13th of April was when he was wiping his feces on his face and possibly eating it. So the Westville psychiatrists and mental health people had a meeting, and I believe the next day was the first time they gave him Haldol. But he was saying incriminating stuff even before that. Let's see. Thank you, Gray. Yeah, so as I said, these are my rough notes during the trial. I did not have time today to update them, so cut me some slack. And, quote, just because you said you did it doesn't mean you did it, end quote. Raised by that value system, no wonder he's what he is. I don't know if I'd say that, though, and but apparently you would. Purple Amarillo said, Gull pulled Rick into court and asked him flat out if they were stopping him, his defense attorneys, from pleading, and he said no. This is this huge, I don't know if you guys remember this. I believe it was maybe August 23rd of 2024. There was a secret closed-door meeting, and apparently it was because there was some rumors that Rick wanted to confess and do a plea deal, but maybe his attorneys were not letting him. So I guess Judge Gull said, we're having a closed-door session. There was supposed to be a public session right after that. That got canceled. People wondered why. I believe it was because of this issue of him maybe wanting to plea. And he, I guess in this courtroom, said, no, I don't want to officially change to a guilty verdict or whatever, guilty plea. But if you know that you're guilty and you know for 2 years how horrible prison is, are you going to take your chances if your defense team is saying, we think you can maybe be found not guilty? Support with Stefa. He really wants the family to know the truth. He's wanting a relief in them knowing. That's what it sounds like to me. And as we can hear, just rejection after rejection. Hi, Junior. If it was my son, I'd be telling him to tell the truth. Yeah, we don't know exactly how these people. I mean, if your son's saying I'm a murderer, you're probably going to think it's not true. Hopefully. Badass American. Mama convinced him he's being drugged, and he said, no, I'm not, and they're not messing with me. Hi, Angie. Thank you. And thank you for being a moderator. Also, to my other people who are moderators, thank you for babysitting the adults. A few more comments, and we have 2 more phone calls, I think. Wonder Woman, hello. Are there any calls post-conviction? Those might be interesting. I agree. I definitely want to hear those. And no, there aren't any, because this is just evidence that was at the trial. A few more comments. Amber says he was on a very small dose of Haldol. Does not cause false confessions. These were over like 9 weeks. To me, I just want to see, what about Haldol? Make somebody repeatedly say to their mom and wife, I murdered these 2 kids. I've never seen anything. And again, I'm not an expert on anything or medications, but time after time saying, I did it, and what are the consequences for me? Will you still love me? To me, he sounds sane. Chris says, someone listening to me right now, WTF. He had inmates and guards outside of his cell because he was on suicide watch all day long. That might be what he's talking about. At one point, he also called his wife with Dr. Walla nearby because he said he wanted Dr. Walla to hear what he had to say to his wife. AC, he sounds lethargic. Yes, he said he wasn't getting a lot of sleep. And some people are like, well, maybe he's doing this because he lost his mind, but at the same time, if he knows he's like guilty and these horrible conditions of Westville are the rest of his life, can't that might be a reason that he's depressed? All right, 2 more comments. Beyond the evidence says, yes, the dependency disorder is clear in these calls. Mavhawk. Why is Dr. Wallach coming to see him every day? That's odd. No, it's not, because he was on suicide watch and they needed to see how his mental health was every single day. We're going back to these phone calls. Like I said, I think there's 2 more. Here we go.
Hello? Hello?
Hey, you still there?
Hey. Yeah, I'm here. Mhm.
Oh,
Need to get you some coffee.
yeah.
Get your coffee or snacks or whatever you need, babe.
Oh, I hate spending that money when I don't even know where it came from.
It doesn't matter. It's in there. I wouldn't worry about it. Somebody's thinking of you, so I wouldn't question it. Hmm. Oh, Lord. What a mess. Good grief. Just when I think I've got everything, I don't understand my thought process on clothing. I really don't. Stupid. Stupid. Just trying to get better about that. Oh, Lord. Here we go. What did you have for breakfast or lunch today?
Oh, had some kind of egg this morning. It looked like
Yeah.
something fairly normal. So weird talking to you.
What, sweetheart?
So it's just kind of weird talking to you.
Why? Why would it be weird?
I don't know, it just everything's weird in here anymore.
Yeah.
It's like I feel like I've lost my mind, found a hell or something.
Well, we're kind of living it right now. It's not a good place to be in. Not a good place at all. And I don't have much say in anything, I'm sure.
But you know that I done it, right?
Dear, I don't want to talk about that. Okay? Want to have a good conversation between us? No, just don't. I guess it doesn't matter what I think, but
Of course it does. Just in a really frustrating spot right now.
right.
I said I'm just in a really frustrating spot right now. And I know that that's nothing compared to where you're at, so I'm not
No.
trying to.
No, your side is a lot worse than mine. I have freedoms that you don't have, so I'm not going to go there. I feel guilty about that.
I don't know why nobody will talk to me and be honest with me.
You're not going to get that there, dear. They've already got the mindset. Don't care. You didn't do it. That's just prison. You're just another number. But
Just don't feel like anybody's willing to be honest with me anymore. Like everybody's afraid to hurt my feelings or something.
I just think people have to be very careful when they talk. And we all do. If I can get a chaplain in there to pray with you, would that be okay? I mean, I've been trying to get a hold of somebody, but of course nobody ever answers. You have to go to voicemail, then it's full. So, but if I could get
I had
somebody
a
in there,
chaplain
that
pray with me once, but it just doesn't seem to help me any.
Well, and it's okay because, I mean, praying to yourself is going to be very helpful. It's helped me immensely. And there's plenty of people out there praying for you. So you just got to pray the bad thoughts away, hon, and try. And the demons are fighting hard to get you.
I know, I feel like they've already gotten me. I'm already in hell.
No. Well, you're kind of in physical hell right now, but your soul doesn't need to be. It's God's, not anybody else's. I hope you understand that.
Yeah. I'm sorry I ever questioned the Bible that you got me about asking it. Because I've got another one in here now. It says the Holy Bible, and it says basically the same.
Thank you for using GTL.
All right, we have one more phone call after this, then I'll get to the October 13th and 26th interrogations. Steffa, I believe, is in the medication field. People live day to day on Haldol. I did not know that. Thank you for sharing. No, seriously, thank you for sharing your expertise. Yorkshire T. His affect sounds flat, but not lost touch with reality, so not psychotic. Not sure if you're talking about Rick or me. Anyway, moving along. Badass American. Again, he was on meds before he went to jail or prison. He was since he was in his mid-20s. He had anxiety, some other stuff, depression. I really want to know what month in 2019 he went to some kind of mental health facility. We know April 2019 was this huge press conference. Was that before or after Rick went to the mental health institution? Miss Dwalko, thank you again. Diction and accent match up to Bridge Guy. I hear Bridge Guy, don't forget that the voice will typically drop when being dominant or commanding someone or two innocent little girls. Also, he's probably about 10 feet away on that phone call. Hi, Leslie. Thank you for your generation. I need a nap. Generosity and for showing up. A few more comments and we'll get to the final call. Hi, Ruckus. He should have pled out. His attorneys did him a great injustice, no doubt in my mind. Hi, Meerkat. Nice to see you. His voice matches Bridge Guy. What meds will make him sound just like Bridge Guy? Maybe I should do a poll. All right, hold on. We're going to do a poll real quick. Start a poll. Sound like BG. Yes, no, go. There we go. A poll. Rockchild, I can understand both mom and wife wanting to believe he didn't do it. I agree. Yet it's just so frustrating hearing them constantly reject his admissions. Jamila, yes, the live will be saved, and I will also upload the files in a separate video without my talking. Mama Bear says, and then giving him the phone, dialing for him, her coming, the whole setup was to elicit the confession. Again, doesn't make the statements untrue, but these statements were given with setting. I missed your first, I guess, comment. I'm not sure what you're talking about, to be honest. Rick had a tablet in his cell all alone. He's the one who makes these phone calls. Not, I don't know if you're talking about Dr. Walla. The Dr. Walla one, she would take him out of his cell for certain meetings. There was some kind of mention of like using a phone that was not his tablet, which I don't know if she used a cell phone, if that goes against policy or what. But to me, I'm not seeing anything that's like forcing him to make these statements from the comfort of his horrible prison cell. Cindy, no, we're still going through these phone calls. We have one more after this. And then I'll get to the October 13th. Like I said, the October 13th and 26th are both about 1 hour, an hour and a half each. So this is gonna be like a 7-hour live chat. If I can make it. Malibu, how far behind are you with the chat? I'm trying to be up to date. Right now, I'm only 10 minutes, but I've missed like 1,000 comments. Sleuth Intuition, yes, at the beginning, I cut the beginning out of this just so we don't waste time. It's just like an operator saying these phone calls are recorded. It says the call is coming from, and he says, Ricky. You'll have to go back. I did include that at the very first call, so back that thing up later on. Humanimal. It wouldn't be a live chat without saying back that thing up. Humanimal. Hello, Australia. Yeah, it's his voice. When I heard original 43 seconds, was surprised how smooth his voice was because the 1.8 second version was so distorted. This voice is Bridge Guy's voice, just my opinion. We're all just sharing our opinions. Lori, thank you. Realtor, not realtor. Somebody corrected me once when I said realtor. Oh my gosh, I was a realtor when I was like 22 or 23. Can you imagine me? I looked like I was 17. I'm like, here's the kitchen. We won't get into that story. Anyway, moving along. Ivy Push, thank you for sharing your nursing expertise. Very low dose of IM of Haldol, but he also got a 2 milligram of Haldol when he couldn't sleep. Leslie says, and he's taking Haldol, which causes sedation. But does it cause you to repeatedly confess to murders you did not commit? That's the part I don't understand. Badass American, he said, I might get the electric chair or the death penalty. Badass American said, I think he actually wanted the electric chair over life in prison. Well, then why did he not change his plea? So that he would get the death penalty? Belle Mayhem, who insists they're not Michael Osbrook. You guys behave in the chat. His November call, like 2 weeks after he was arrested, compared to the April, May calls, it's obvious he is drugged. Well, is it also obvious that maybe he's upset that he's caught and he realizes what his life is going to be like? Sleuth Intuition, Dr. Walla heard the best version of his confession because she was willing to listen. Tammy, he also said, apparently I did it. I think I did it. What if I did? and they say I did it. However, that was after he said I did it, and his wife pushed back. And just a reminder, we have not heard all these other examples where maybe he was saying on other phone calls, I am innocent. I did not do this. These are just what was played by the prosecution in the trial. However, why did the defense not play anything where he said, I'm innocent? Hi, Madison. Thank you from Canada. All my Canadian peeps, soon to be Americans. They got the right guy. Thank you, Tom, for your hard work. Thank you for your generosity. Ivy Push. This phone call is 2 weeks prior to the first hearing in Delphi. Yeah, so June 11th, I guess June 15th, 2023 was when they had this hearing to get Rick moved out of Westville. A few more comments and then we'll get to this final call. Not highlighting that one. Let's see. As always, sorry I miss your comments, but it's kind of a lot of people here. Ivy Push says, this call matches how he looked at the hearing in June 2023. However, wasn't that like the worst he ever looked? Was that the yellow jumpsuit? Tom, don't say anything about fashion. He looked horrible wearing that yellow jumpsuit. And one of the things I was most surprised by at the trial, I had seen him looking, frankly, horrible and out of it in this yellow jumpsuit. And he walks in khakis and a button-down shirt, looking totally normal. Throughout the trial, no outbursts. I mean, he would stare at people, including me, but he wasn't acting like crazy in the courtroom. So why was he acting crazy in prison at Westville? And then he got his stuff together later. Don't know. Hi, Beth. Thank you. Thanks for sharing. If this is Tom, I'm Tom, unfortunately. Confirmation of what we already say once. Translator. I'm going to use the money to buy a translator. Sorry, I make improvised comments. Hi, Aaron M. Hopefully, oh, never mind. 2 more comments, then the final phone call, then the October 13th and 26th videos. Unsilent Bob, hello. Smoking that doobie. You're in a much worse situation than me, dear. Yeah, that was Rick's wife saying that. Beyond the Evidence said, no, he did not say he was innocent in any of these calls. He will in an interview. Yeah, in his interviews, he does say I'm innocent. However, my point is there's over 150 to 200 phone calls. Those were not all played at the trial. He may have, or probably maybe said to them, I am innocent in other phone calls. We have not heard those. One more comment. Oh, I'm so far behind. Cash thrills. Oof. That thank you for using message is so cheerful. Yeah, after they're like bawling their eyes out. All right, one more comment. Hi, Norwegian. Mama Bear says it's only inpatient where oral dose and additional intramuscular is used. And he was on a lot. He was on other stuff, not just that one medication. I think he's on Prozac. All right, Tom is shutting up and the final call.
Hello?
Hello?
Hey,
Hey,
what's it? Hi.
I did it. Captain,
What?
I did it.
Okay, I just have to reiterate this. The first thing he says is, I did it. Like was in his cell stressing over this, and he needs to tell his wife, I did it. And then he's going to say, will you still love me? He knows the consequences. All right, sorry.
Do you still love me?
Yes, dear. But you didn't do it.
Why do you say that?
Why do you say it?
So I think that was the only time when she said, why are you saying you did it?
I don't want to upset you.
I'm already upset.
I'm sorry. I don't know what I'm doing. I feel like I've lost my mind.
Honey, you can't call me and talk like this, okay? You're killing me.
I'm so sorry, baby.
I can't talk to you right now.
I didn't want to do this. Honey, I'm sorry. You're not going to do anything to yourself, are you?
No.
Probably going to have to kill myself now.
Stop.
Like, why would he have to kill himself if he's innocent? I just don't understand why, if you're in this horrible situation in Westville for, at this point, 7 months, 8 months, like, you know how horrible prison's going to be. Why is your solution to say, I am guilty, when the consequence of that is you're going to be in this horrible situation for the rest of your life? Don't understand it. And I'm sure some people are saying, well, you don't understand the effects of this Haldol, which obviously people in the comments are debating.
You can't be calling me and talking like this.
You don't have anything to do with it.
It doesn't matter.
Why are you so mad at me?
I'm not mad. I'm upset. I'm heartbroken. Big difference.
I can't tell you what's been going through my mind.
feel like I'm already in hell. Was waiting on the Bible from you, but I don't understand what's going on.
Neither do I.
I guess I'm just going to have to stop calling. I'm sorry. Okay.
Can't call me, honey, if you're gonna talk like that.
I'm going to talk like what?
I can't be talking.
Thank you for using GTL.
Yeah, so if you're just joining late, those are my PowerPoint slides. As I took notes at the trial, obviously I got some stuff wrong, missed some stuff, but I just got these calls a few hours ago and did not have time, other than the first call from November 2022, to try and do my best to do a full transcript. Like I said, this chat's going to last probably like 99 hours. So maybe tonight or tomorrow, I'll try to update those slides and re-upload those phone calls. Rockchild, does anybody know whether there's going to be a retrial? I think we're currently waiting for Rick's new appellate attorneys, Stacy Uliana and Mark Lehman, to, I guess, say exactly what they're trying to contest was done wrong with his first trial. Apparently, it's going to take a while. It might be a very long filing. Hopefully, I don't have to summarize it. Anyway. Then I guess the state, which is not going to be McClelland, I think it's going to be the Indiana Attorney General's office, will have a reply. I don't know what this stuff is, so pay attention to some other people about next steps. But I will be updating you guys with whatever live chats or community posts. Shelby, woo, thank you for your generosity from Australia or Asia? Anyway, thank you. Hi, Miss Charmaine. Kristen, they use Haldol for hyperemesis as well, at least severe cases. Okay. Marge, what about salvation? He admits what he does and does penance. Fire Knight says there won't be a retrial, but we'll have to wait and see. Rinmeister, are there more screenshots of the 1:27 p.m.? Yes, there were 9 total screenshots. The one, my comparison at the beginning of this video, that was the only one that was fairly decent. But still, it was a horrible quality. It was a 10-page PDF that I got, or 9 or 10. Mama Bear, there was nothing to plea. Sorry, there was nothing to plead to. That was to his advantage. No reduction of sentencing. I do think he committed the crime. Mommy Wolverine, I think he's guilty, but the fact that Abby did not have defensive wounds makes me wonder if another person was there. Yes, apparently Abby was found like this, no blood on her hands. Some people wondered, did she see Libby get cut first and Abby then fainted? Not sure. Not sure that we'll ever know either. Sorry, there's a bug. Leslie, they all have tablets in their cell. Each inmate has a tablet. Yeah, so he makes his own phone calls. And he's the one who initiates these phone calls. his family could not actually like just call him randomly. A few more comments, then we'll get to the October 13th video interview, which I cropped, and there's a hum in this. I guess it's the Carroll County Sheriff's Office. So I did like do some hum removal and maybe some noise reduction just to bring out their voices better. Like 5 comments, then I'll get to that. Alora, hello. 0 doubt Richard Allen is guilty. Well, my poll ended, and I guess 75% said they think Rick's voice on these calls sounds like Bridge Guy, and 25% said they don't think so. I'm fine with you mentioning other creators, just don't be a-holes and start drama. Thank you. Dominic wants to know who put the money on his books. I guess family and his supporters from the online sleuth community who think he's innocent. Yeah, just be polite or you'll get banned. YouTube ban actors. Sorry, I haven't even tried it because I'll ruin it, but thank you for trying. And for being a member and a moderator. Thank you. I kind of agree with beyond the evidence on this. Nothing in the appeal would have changed the jury's decision. Appeal denied. As Nick McClellan said, you can't just like regret your defense trial strategy after the fact when your client is found guilty. Scott says, I am as confident as I've ever been thus far in the case. Hearing the beginning of the May 10th phone call. Dude, Richard Allen is Bridge Guy. Two more comments, then we'll start the October 13th thing, which is an hour and a half-ish. Or what is it? I'm waiting for my scroll. 1 hour and 27 minutes. Carol, did the daughter attend the trial in full? No, I think she was only there the day that she testified, which I'm sure she has a job, and I think she lives fairly far away, so I don't read anything into her not really showing up. Hi, Kathy. Body shape of the car appears to be the same. Yeah, I said I could not really discount it, but also I'm not going to lie and be like, oh, I'm 100% sure that's the same 2 cars. One more comment, and then we're moving along. DNA King, nice to see you. There's no evidence in this case that withstands scrutiny. A bunch of people say that Richard Allen said things. There are a couple phone calls to his wife wherein he vaguely admits doing it. Well, my biggest thing is his noon to 1:30 timeline does not add up. And also for people who think he's 100% innocent, here's a project for you. Find the 3 girls that Rick passed at noon. You're going to hear him say it looked like one was older and in charge and babysitting. They looked like they could have been sisters. Well, the 4 girls who passed Bridge Guy near the start of the trail soon after 1:30, 3 out of the 4 girls were sisters. So if you think he's innocent, find the 3 girls who passed Rick around noon, and you can get him freed from his wrongful conviction. I mean, if you've heard my videos before, I did a video why I think Richard Allen is guilty. Betsy Blair was doing loop-de-loops on the entire trail twice between 12:02 and 1:15. Never saw Rick. Rick said he entered from Freedom Bridge, went to platform 1 to look at fish, went to a bench for a few minutes overlooking the creek, and then he left. He never saw Betsy Blair. Like I said, she did 2 rounds of everything. There was 4 girls at Freedom Bridge at like 12:28. They walked 15 minutes, take a photo of High Bridge at 12:43. Walked past all 6 benches, entire trail to the bridge. Never saw Rick. Rick never got on the stand to say, okay, this is why I never saw them and they never saw me between noon to 1:30. That's one of the biggest things I cannot get past. So everybody wants me to shut up. I'm hungry. How am I gonna get through this 9-hour live chat? Let me do this. This is a random thing, so I can, whatever, get it off the screen. Kat, Golden State Killer, had to be brought into court in a wheelchair and could barely speak above a whisper because he was so frail, but was doing pull-ups and push-ups in a cell. All right, I have to take that off. Give me a hot second to do this. We're about to see the October 13th, 2022 interview with Rick. As I said before, I added some hum removal because like there's an air conditioning that was very loud. So this is not original audio. I tried to make it easier for you to listen to. Also, at the beginning, I showed the full perspective, but then I cropped it so you guys can get a closer look of Rick. And so it's Tony Liggett, Steve Mullen, and Richard Allen. Here we go.
Great. See you later, Richard. Thank you. I don't know if I gave you one of my cards. There it is. I think you did. I probably set it down. Oh, it's right there. You're right. Good. So, the reason we wanted to talk to you is about the abnormality case. Okay. And, I appreciate your time in doing that. And as a formality, before we talk to anybody about these things, I want to make sure you understand you're not under arrest or anything like that, okay? And the door here is open. You can leave anytime you want. I'll be glad to give you a ride back or whatever. So, but we need to make sure that we go cover a formality here. And I'm going to get to the page here with this is a Miranda warning. So before we ask any questions, you need to understand your rights. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in court. You have the right to talk to a lawyer for advice before we ask any questions and have it with you during questioning. If you cannot afford a lawyer, we'll be appointed for you before you question if you wish. If you decide to answer questions now without a lawyer present, you have the right to stop answering any time. You also have the right to stop answering any time you talk to a lawyer. Like I said, you're not under arrest, so just want to make sure you understand those rights. Down here at the bottom, it says, I read the statement of our rights and understand our rights. I do not want a lawyer at this time, and I understand what I am doing. No promises or threats have been made to me, and no pressure or coercion of any kind has been used against me. If you'd be willing to talk with us, or just if you understand your rights, we just need your signature that we charge. Okay? Okay. This is a formality we take care of whenever we talk to anyone.
We're just going back to the beginning of the case, and we know you had talked to Lieutenant Doolin. We just want to figure out what you saw when you were out there before.
So for anybody joining who doesn't know, obviously that's Rick on the top. Steve Mullen is on the right. He's the former Delphi police chief who then became a Carroll County Prosecutor's Office investigator. And on the bottom left is Tony Liggett, the current Carroll County sheriff, who I asked to interview and he never replied. Same with McClelland.
Great, wonderful. Okay. Now, Connie brought up something that you had done when initially you had talked to Lieutenant Doolin. And according to Lieutenant Doolin, the information he got to you was that you were on the trail between 1:30 and 3:30. Does it make any sense? Okay. And that you had parked at the old Farm Bureau building. I think that may have been the old welfare office out there. Well, while at the Freedom Bridge, you saw 3 females and noted that one was taller and had black or brown long hair. This is basically what he had written down. Okay. And maybe even got some information about your phone or something like that.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, great. So now you understand everything. So I want to make sure that we just kind of get some information from you and we get started here off the bat with today's date, which is Thursday. And today is 10/13. 13 of 22. What time do you have, Tony?
11:45.
10:45. And your full name is?
Richard
H-A-R-D.
Matthew Allen.
That's A-L-L-E-N. Okay, and how old are you now?
50 years old.
Okay. Your date of birth?
9972.
Okay, great. Could I ask you to write down the X is that right there?
I'm in the 50-year-old club this year, too.
I'm beyond that, actually. So.
Just turned. No.
Sorry. Hard to believe. And do you know your driver's license number off the top of your head?
No.
Don't worry about it. The home address, I didn't get it when I was out there. What is it?
1967.
67.
White Man Drive.
Okay. And a phone number you can be contacted at?
317-612-4533.
Do you have water? I got one right here, John.
Oh, okay, sure. I'll be right back.
Yeah, so I'm going to interrupt some of this stuff. They gave him this water so they could keep it and test his DNA after, which they did do. Okay, moving along.
And do you have any of their cell phone numbers that you can be contacted by?
I got my wife's number.
Okay, what is her phone number?
317-612. 4753. Never dial numbers anymore.
You know, I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, okay. And how long have you had that phone number that's your 317 number?
I believe I got it when I worked at Indy, so it would have been prior to 2006.
Okay.
Because it's an Indy number.
Okay.
Somebody asked, did he just go into the police station? They went to his house and asked him to come down to the station, and they drove him. That's why he got there. And this is right after.
Okay. So, let's see. And can I ask what kind of phone you have?
It's an Android, a Google.
Okay. Yeah. What's your email address?
RICK 2045 @frontier.com.
Do you have any other email addresses? I got a couple myself, so I asked.
Yeah, I don't use it very often. It's Foojacka, FOOJACKA 0 @gmail.com. And I had one at Yahoo at some point too, but I don't remember what it was.
So they do the home search after this happens. You'll see what he says at the end. He kind of walks out. Also, his 2017 phone, they never found in the search.
Okay, great. What kind of social media did you do? Applications do you use, like Facebook, at all? Do you have a Facebook account?
Well, my wife does. I don't.
Sounds so familiar. Okay. And does she post often? Things like
She's,
on there all the time?
and she does.
Okay, all right. So what is your marital status?
Married.
Married, okay. And have you been married before?
No.
Okay. Number of children you were talking about, your kid, your daughter? What's your name again?
Rick. Oh, my daughter. Rick Jr. No, A-N-Y.
Okay. And how old is Brittany now? You said I did math earlier.
28,
28. Okay. She's born when? You said
1994.
4. Okay. And what's her last name now?
Zapanta. Z-A-P-A-N-T-A.
Okay. And any grandkids?
No.
Okay. And what's her husband's name? Is he from around here?
He's originally from the Philippines,
Oh, okay.
but lived in Canada, and he's been here shortly before they got married, so around 16, maybe 15, 16,
Okay.
I don't know. They got married in 17.
What's his name?
Paulo, P-A-U-L-O.
Okay. P-A-U-L-L? Oh, I put another one.
P-A-U-L-O.
I got it. Okay. All right. So, but he lived here for a while. So I never assumed Zapanta's being around here.
No, not around here.
Not around here?
No.
Maybe somebody else?
He was already up in Napanee when she met him.
Oh, I see. Okay. All right. Graduated from high school where at?
North Miami.
What year?
91.
Okay. And any other vocational training, college classes?
Went to Ivy Tech like a couple semesters.
What'd you study there?
Accounting.
Okay. Any other vocational training or? Okay.
Well, I was in the military, but
Oh, okay. That's the question coming up here. Were you involved in any fraternal organizations, clubs, or athletics, or anything like that in school?
I did some track here and there. I did football for like a year, but nothing serious.
Okay. Any clubs or National Honor Society or something like that?
Oh, no.
Sorry. Military service, so what branch?
National Guard, Army National Guard.
So just to reiterate, this is Steve Mullen and Tony Liggett interviewing him on the 13th before they searched his house. October 26th is when Holman arrests him. That's after this.
And what was highest rank achieved?
E5 sergeant.
Okay. Mostly around here? Or
No, it was in, I was born and raised, well, not born, but I lived in Mexico most of my life.
Mexico, like in
Indiana.
Indiana, like in America.
Yeah.
Okay.
You always get that. Yeah, Mexico, Philly, Denver. Yeah.
Okay, all
It was
right.
Mexico.
Yeah, okay.
But it was Peru was where I was in the National Guard at, sorry.
All right. Go to church anywhere?
No.
Have you ever?
On occasion, nothing.
Okay.
So that's kind of interesting that he said he never really went to church, but later, March 21st, 2023, in prison, he found God.
Where did you usually go to? Any place around
I
here?
don't even know. No, not around here.
Okay. All right. Parents go to church, or did they take you to church?
No, my grandparents went to church. My parents didn't.
Oh, I see. Okay. Any criminal history? Have you been arrested for anything? Any medical problems, heart trouble, high blood pressure, psychological disorders?
Oh, yeah. Everything.
Okay.
I've had a heart attack. I've got a couple stents.
Okay.
And,
How long ago was your heart attack?
2010.
Okay, you were 40.
37.
Holy cow. Mm-hmm. And, anything else?
Depression, anxiety, high blood pressure, cholesterol.
And you're working at CVS. So you said you've been there how many years?
since, well, not the one here, but with CBS since 2013.
Okay. So you worked at another CVS somewhere?
Yeah, I worked in training in Marion, I worked in Peru, and then I came to Delphi. I'm thinking 16, 17, 16. I've been there a while now.
But you said you lived at your house out there since 2000. So you could drive back and forth with other CVS?
Yeah, I was leading Walmart. Like I said, I spent 10 years with Walmart. I was actually a store manager at one point with Walmart. Chose to leave the company and do something different, and interviewed with CVS, and Peru was the district manager that I interviewed with. Peru was the furthest Western store that he had, or closest to me.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where I was going to be working, and it just didn't work out the way that I thought it was long term. I mean, I was there several years, but I wanted to, they had a training position, a managerial training position. I told them I didn't want to do that anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Long story short, and put in the transfer back, and like I said, I'm 16, I'm going to say around 16, 17, somewhere.
All right. Well, managing is kind of hard sometimes, I understand. Is there a particular reason why you didn't stay in management, or?
Tired of it, the bureaucracy, not really being about taking care of the customer. It's more about hitting this number on this spreadsheet and that number on that spreadsheet, and then you get the call every 15 minutes if you didn't hit this number on this spreadsheet. And none of them really help you take better care of the customer. I mean, you spend your time managing scorecards, and I just had had enough of it.
Sure.
I was just tired of it.
Sure.
How dare he not like spreadsheets? Oh.
Okay. Okay. Let's see. So from where we're at right now, I think probably, can you help us understand what was going on Monday, February the 13th? You kind of tell us what you were doing that day, and every day the girls
Okay.
on the trail.
Okay.
Yeah.
I went over to my mom's in Peru, Mexico, earlier in the day. I think my mom had hip surgery back then or something, but regardless, my wife was working, so I went over there and spent the day, not the day, I spent the morning with them. My sisters come over and they were going to go eat lunch and stuff, and I wasn't about that, so I went home.
I think he said, and I wasn't about that, like going to lunch with him.
And I remember it was a fairly warm day, or warmer than normal, so I think I just put a jacket on and went back out to the trails.
Which to me, if he went to his mom's house early on, it was like in the 30s, why would he not have a jacket on? I'll try not to interrupt too much. Sorry if I'm driving you crazy. Oh, well.
Usually when we go, we walk down to High Bridge and walk back and walk down the other side and come back. I mean, it wasn't a ritual, but I remember walking down to the bridge. The times, I left my mom's, it was probably around 11:15. So I think I would have been out there, because I didn't do anything else. It would have been around noon, I thought, is when I was out there. Walked down to High Bridge. Always went out just a little ways, not all the way. Went out a little ways and watched the fish. See if I seen any fish down there, because I like fishing. And walked back and sat on the, when you turn around and go down the other fork, there's a bench that overlooks, and sat there for a few minutes and walked down walked back out and left.
Okay, so I didn't get this at the trial. So he said he's talking about Mears intersection. So he said he sat at bench number 6 at the Mears intersection. after he's looking at fish, but we've all seen the helicopter footage from the 14th, and it was muddy water. So these are things that I just can't get past.
Okay. Anything else you remember? Where was your parking comment?
Said there was, the big parking lot wasn't there at the time, right?
Oh, you mean which one? Was
Like where the bridge is at, I don't think it was there. So there's if you went over behind, there's a back road that went up and there was a bridge, not the main bridge. There was a smaller bridge where you could park there, or you could park over on the other side. And I remember I didn't park over there where it's a farmer's entrance or something. I remember I didn't park there because I had told him something about, there were a couple vehicles there when I left, so I parked somewhere, either parked over on the bridge side or there used to be a little building there. I could have parked there. There was a trail until they got the whole thing done.
He said I could have parked there, but Doolin testified that he was certain with Rick talking to him 5 days after the murders on February 18th, 2017, that where Rick parked was next to an old building across from Anderson's, which is the old CPS building. So here he's talking about, I think, a totally different place that most of us don't even know. It's not even the large lot. As you're looking at the satellite map of Hoosier Heartland Highway, he's not even talking about, I don't think, the big lot opposite of CPS. He's talking about some other place like further even down the road.
Okay. When you're talking about the bridge, just so I'm clear, you're talking about that big blue bridge, the Freedom Bridge or whatever that goes over the highway?
Well, that's the big blue bridge, but before that was there was a, if you're going out of town, you would take the road that I think is where the park is. It veers off, it winds off this way, and there's a road. The first road you come, well, I don't know if it's the first road, but there's a road that takes off to the right, and there's houses, and then it just kind of turns into a lane. And there's a small bridge up there before. I mean, I think it's still there. If you were
Like the one, okay, so are you talking about the one-lane bridge kind of that goes over the street?
it wasn't used. It wasn't a bridge that was used, I guess is what I'm saying. It was just, there was a parking area up there that you could park in.
Okay.
And that's where that's where quite a few people would park before they, I mean, now there's a nice parking space, but before it was either you parked there or you parked over in the farmer's thing. And I mean, at one point they had it marked that they didn't want you parking there. So and I know it wasn't over there because I told them something about some cars that were there. So I would have been parked up on the bridge side of things, I guess is what I'm saying.
Just to be clear, the huge lot next to Hoosier Heartland Highway was available to park at in 2017.
I guess I'm what happens.
So this is kind of an overview of the area. So obviously this is the Blue Bridge here over the Hoosier Heartland Highway.
Okay.
Yeah, and so yeah, can you mark on where you think you parked at? Good.
Show me the blue bridge again.
Blue Bridge, here's the Hoosier Heartland Highway. Here's Main Street. The road that comes out from downtown goes out onto Heartland. And here's the Andersons. I think that's going to be their fertilizer plant. And down there's the,
So that's the blue bridge. I mean, it's right there. It would have been over in here somewhere probably.
well, that's one of the parking areas. Okay, and then they used
Or it would have been, there was a old building somewhere over.
this map was taken back when the building was still there. And this is the building that was on the bridge, the trail side of the bridge.
Okay.
So down at up
You
here,
went
right
this
there.
way. I think you went down this way and like
There's-
went in an underpass or something.
Yep, that's right. And then there's a building right there, if you can see it.
Okay. So it would either have been there or there.
Okay, all right, very good. Which way do you think you would have?
So they just showed him the CPS old lot. He just said it was either there or there. So I guess he did say he could have parked at CPS. This other place, it makes no sense for him to park at.
travel to get to this building that particular day? Do you remember?
Just that way that loops around.
Okay.
I don't know the names of the roads or anything. I could show you where I drove, but it just, on the way, the road that goes out, it's basically the same way that you get to this one, except, no, it's further up. And you go down and it like comes down and goes around somewhere and comes over on the other side.
Okay, very good. Okay. Was it ever an occasion where you might have gone to the park another way? Did you go out here very often, I should ask?
Not like I would say often. I mean, we go out, we may go once a month, we may go twice in 1 week. I mean, it was just kind of one of those where when we felt like walking the trail, we'd go.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I could say we visited it regularly.
Mm-hmm.
During the summer months, we didn't really go out there much in the winter. We may have gone out a time or two. But.
Right, okay. So was it ever something was there ever a time that you guys took another path to get out there besides going around this way, or do you remember anything like that?
I think there's a way if you go past where you park the farmer's entrance that I was telling you about.
I think it's down here. There's an entrance across from a residence that's a farmhouse.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make any sense?
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I know that there's a way that winds around, and you can eventually get back to 200 or whatever road it is. We're off of 200 North, I think it is. It comes out somewhere down there, but we only did that. I think we found that by accident one time. We thought we'd go that way and try to get back, and it was we eventually came out that way somewhere.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
But no, I wouldn't. If we were going to go there, we would go down through town and.
Okay. Good to know. All right. So let's talk more about what you remember doing that day, remember seeing that day.
Okay.
You gave an account to
Sure.
The officer who talked to you, and you remember how that was prompted, how that happened, that you happened to talk to the officer?
I don't remember if it was the next day or a couple days, but shortly after they were asking for anybody that was there to come in. So I went down. I got home from work and my wife said, they want to talk because I had obviously told her that I was there. And she said they want to talk to anybody that was down there, may have any information. How much, but I obviously will go down. So we went down to the sheriff's station and I don't remember who it was, came out and talked to me and said that he would give my name and information. And then I was driving downtown for something, and I know that I remember he called me when I was in the car because I pulled over and talked to him. It was a DNR officer, and he asked me if I could come down and talk there or if I want to meet somewhere. And I don't remember how or why. I think they were really busy, obviously, crowded probably. So I was heading down to, it was the Save-A-Lot parking lot down there, and I told him I would just meet him there if that was okay. So he came down, we talked. He looked at my phone, took my phone information, and I think he got some, we took the battery out and everything, and he got information off of us. So that's pretty much it.
So there's been confusion. Did he call, email? He said he went to whatever the sheriff's station or Delphi police. Then he was driving into town. Dan Doolin called him on this phone number. So he went, that was February 16th. He went to the police station. 2 days later, on the 18th, Doolin calls the phone number that he gave on the 16th. Rick is saying here, I was driving to town. I said, we'll meet at the Save-A-Lot grocery store, which is literally like 30 seconds drive right behind where he works at CVS in Delphi. However, a few hours later, after this interview, police took 14 to 16 cell phones from Rick's house. The 2017 day of the murder's phone was not one of them. They cannot find it.
And I gave him the account. Forgive me, it's been years and I thought about it a lot. As time goes on, it's like I said, I think I was there probably around noon. It could have forenoon or a little afternoon. Walked down, back an hour, so probably 1:30, 1:45, depending on exactly what time it was that I got there that day. I just remember walking down the trail, and I had told him that when I was approaching the trail, or the trailhead, I guess is what I'd call it, there was 3 girls walking off the trail, and I just remember it looking like one of them was probably watching, not babysitting, but watching the other 2 because they looked a little younger. And they looked very similar. I don't know if they were sisters or whatever, but the other one didn't necessarily. But I remember seeing them walking off the trailhead.
As I said before, 3 of the 4 girls who passed Bridge Guy soon after 1:30 were sisters.
And I didn't really see anybody. I walked down, like I said, I looked at the water, I walked back, and I sat, I mean, somebody could walk behind me, I guess, but I sat on that bench that overlooks the creek bed and all that. And I remember telling him when I left, I remember there being, I think there was 2 vehicles down there on that farmer's entrance that I told you about. And that's why I know I didn't park there, because obviously I wouldn't recall seeing cars there if I parked there.
The farmer's interest, are we still talking about this area here, or is there some other location here?
There's a pull-in, like right next to the trail is all I can tell you. There's a pull-in right next to the trail, and a trail actually leads up to the trail.
Yeah, it's hard to see from here, but I think this is what's called the old Mears.
Probably. There was a farmhouse across from it is all I knew.
Right.
And it was like I mean, I guess it looked like where you take farm equipment in and out or something, but I know at one point they flagged it that it said no parking, so we didn't park there for a period of time, but.
Did you ever park there before when you went?
Yeah.
A lot of times you did? Okay.
I mean, we used to when it wasn't marked. We did a cleanup down there one time I brought a bunch of Walmart people, kind of a community engagement thing, and we did a cleanup down there. It's the year that they tore down, we tore down that, if you go down, not the High Bridge way, but that one where I sit on the bench.
Yeah.
That I was talking about. If you go down that hill, there used to be a little shed, a little shack down there, and they tore that, and we were there that day that we tore that down.
Okay. Yeah. Now, you guys did that with Walmart. Was that a local Walmart you worked at?
Lafayette.
Lafayette,
Yeah.
okay. The one in Commerce or the one on
Commerce.
Okay, all right. So you guys came up and did that. Do you know when that was?
Oh, Lord, no. Well,
Was it before or after this?
2006. Oh, it would have been,
Way before.
I wasn't even with, it was what, 17?
Yep. When the girls were out there.
13. So I wasn't even with Walmart at the time. I would have already been with CVS. Yeah.
Okay. So sometime in the...
Yeah, it would have been way before. I mean, I went to CVS in, I say, 13. So it would have had to been before 13.
Okay. So you were out there then working on the trails.
I'm going to say a lot earlier than that because I worked in Chicago, south of Chicago, for a couple of my last years with Walmart when I was actually running that store. So probably around 9, 10 maybe.
Okay. All right. Somewhere around in there. So you were working out there in trails. Had you been familiar with the trails before then? Was there a time that you had been out trails before that?
We had walked, after we moved to Delphi, I mean, we started experimenting. I mean, there were trails that we didn't know were there, but, you know, you'd hear about one and you'd go, and I'm sure by that point, well, obviously I know by that point I knew about them because that's how we had, I don't know how I got associated with the Dan something or other that runs the Erie, I think it was Dan, run like the Erie Canal thing, and McCain.
Yeah, okay.
I don't remember how I became acquainted with him, but I asked him, because at Walmart, you know, as a leader, they always want you to be involved in the community. And I mean, it's a good thing,
Sure.
But you can also give money to, like, so because we brought so many people out for that event for a day, we had so many hours, and we were able to donate money because of that from Walmart to the Erie Canal Foundation or whatever. So we worked, I I guess the question is, yeah, I had been on the trails before that day. And we also worked out at the Carrollton Bridge that day. There's a tow path or something. We did up some stuff along there too.
Oh, okay, yeah, makes sense. All right, well, that's good.
So, yeah, I sat there for a few minutes and left, and like I said, there were a couple vehicles. I may have told him the exact makes, I'm not sure. I just remember one was like a sedan, and I think maybe one was an SUV, I'm not sure. Have to look back at what I said that when I interviewed with him.
And that was at you call it farmer's entrance, those cars were at the farmer's entrance?
Yes, sir.
What about where you parked? Were there any other vehicles?
I know there were no vehicles where I parked because I don't remember telling it. I mean, if he asked, I didn't see anything there that day.
Okay.
A lot of people would park at that farmer's entrance because I'm thinking that was probably when they didn't really want you parking there, and that's probably why I didn't park there, but it's much closer to the trails. So a lot of people like to park there. You walk in and you're actually like halfway through the trail, so you can walk one way and the other and leave. But I know at one point, like I said, they didn't want you parking there, so we didn't.
So back then, if you told, he said his report said old Farm Bureau building. So would that be?
I never really knew what that building was. I just remember telling him there was a building there. And if that's where I told him I parked, then that's probably where I parked. Because like I said, we would either park. Obviously, the farmer's entrance was always the most convenient, but there was a bridge, small bridge before the blue bridge. I probably don't know if I got this right. This was Anderson's.
Yes.
So there was a little tiny, it used to be like a one-way bridge. It wasn't even a road anymore. Like, you could either go towards the blue bridge
Or you drive under it too?
Yeah, I think you ride.
Now I follow.
It wasn't, that parking lot wasn't there on the other side, so you didn't, but yeah, you would, you went, like I said, you take this road that forks off coming out of Delphi somewhere, and then you take a right, and it's just a little road, and there's some people that live along it, but then at the end of the road, it goes up to this, like I said, there's like a parking area where people used to park.
I think I know where you're talking
I
about.
think you can't see it on here, but what you're describing
Probably.
is the road that leads up to this parking area that you're talking. It's out of the side of that.
Sure, probably, yeah.
So just to say, at the trial, Doolin said he was the one who called it the old Farm Bureau building, not Rick. So Rick just said then, like, if I told Doolin I parked across from Anderson's, then I probably did. Like, how do you not remember where you parked the day 2 girls were murdered if you're innocent? Yeah, we'll get back to this stuff in a second.
Okay. So, how far out of the bridge did you go that day when you were out there? Do you remember?
How far what?
How far out onto the high bridge?
I have no idea how many feet it is. The way I always know is there's one of those platform things that stick off the side, and I usually, years past, like 9, 10, let's see, 6, 7, between 6 and 10 probably. I've actually been across the high bridge back when it was in a little bit better shape, but somewhere in there, 8, 9, 10, somewhere it started getting pretty rugged and stopped going across it. But for the most part, I didn't go past that one whatever the thing is that sticks out. I'd go out there and kind of look. Like I said, I fisherman, I'd look and see if I see any fish or anything, and then I went back the other way.
I think those were back in the day, if the train was coming and you were out there, that
you could
possibly at least get out of the train's way.
Exactly.
I think I would still want to be on it when the train came.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah. So yeah, that day I don't remember what year it was, but it was well before 16, 17. I don't know, just decay.
Sure, absolutely, yeah.
So if you were parked there, and correct me if I say anything.
The bridge?
Over here, in that building, I'm sorry. So if you're parked there, how did you get on the trail? Where did you walk?
at one point you either walk down the road, but then at one point they had a trail there. Not a trail, I wouldn't even call it a trail. They had a gravel path that led to the new thing that they were doing. I call it the trailhead. When they started doing all that, there was a trail that would, I think it ran along the road, if I remember right, and then it just cut over to where the trailhead was at. You couldn't really park at, I just remember where that path was at. You'd think you could park there, but it was no parking. So you had to walk. You either parked over here and just, it was actually closer if you went over here and you could just walk the bridge that way. And then if you went this way, it was a little bit further because you walked along the road to.
So you would normally walk along the road, or was there a path in there?
At one point, I think you walked along the road. Honestly, I don't even remember. Where's the trails here? That's why I said at some point, it was probably after they put that little pathway in that we even parked there. I don't think we ever even used that until they put that path there, and it was just because it was the only way to get to trailhead from that side. And like I said, at one point, they didn't want you parking down here at this farmer thing, so they had put in a gravel path in, and you would park there. So you either parked over there or you parked there and walked down the gravel path. And the path cut over to like where the trailhead thing is. So
right now he is describing from parking at CPS, there is like a gravel path to get on to the area at Freedom Bridge to start on the trail.
I guess what I'm saying is I don't know that we ever parked at that little building, whatever it was, until they laid that gravel path to it. And I think we thought that was a new, I guess, designated parking area, and that's when we parked there once in a while. We'd still park over here once in a while. It just depended on which. And like I said, there was times when we parked there on and off whenever they didn't have it posted. They didn't want you parking there. And we probably did a time or two when they did have it posted, but we didn't make a habit of it.
So that car that was in your garage, would that have been what you drove out there that day?
Oh my God. Let me think here. It would have either been that one or our gray Ford 500. We kind of switch vehicles back and forth. It's kind of because I've oftentimes worked further away from home, and when I was working in Peru, the car's what do I say? It's a 16. So prior to that, I'd had a little red Ford Focus, and our trucks we get our truck at like 4 o'clock in the morning. So on truck day, I'd be driving over to Peru at like 3 o'clock in the morning. And one day I was driving and I was tired. I mean, there's oftentimes you'd be tired, but this day I was just so tired, like to the point I almost and should have just pulled over.
I think what he just said was truck day, which when he worked at the Peru CVS, I think truck means they brought like whatever products, supplies for the pharmacy.
But I made it over there and I turned off, didn't take the highway all the way up. I took the turn off that takes you into the back way to Peru, and made it all the way in town, and literally I fell asleep. And I woke up when my airbag went off. I veered off the road and hit a SUV parked on the side of the road. And literally that's when I woke up. Like I didn't even know. It took me several seconds, if not a minute, to get my bearings and even figure out what had happened. I still didn't know, because when it hit the SUV, it threw it clear up over the sidewalk into somebody's front porch. Like I literally didn't brake at all. I was asleep, so I hit at full speed. So anyway, I get out and there's not even anything there. I'm like, what did I hit? And there was a person stopped on the other side of the road. Anyway, long story short, they called the police, blah, 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 and I had to that's when I bought that black car.
Mm-hmm. The black car being the 16?
The one in the garage.
Okay.
And so I got that car because I have to drive back and forth and it gets good gas mileage. So my point is, I was driving the black car, and then when I transferred and came back to Delphi, I didn't need the gas mileage anymore, and it was a nicer car, so I gave it to my wife. And from that time until earlier this year, I drove the gray car and she drove the black car. Now, if I was going somewhere out of town, a lot of times I would use the black car depending on how far we're going. The gray car was dependable, but it's just one of those where the longer, I guess, more recently, I started driving, you know, if I was going to go to Lafayette or something for an appointment or whatever, I'd take the black car just because it's more dependable. And
Yeah, she works at her.
but anyway, yeah. And then from during that time period, I drove the gray Ford 500, and she would drive the black car, had her little cat license plate and all that on it. And then when I got her a van, the gray car pretty much had it. And it was either I had that and a truck as well. I had a truck for, I don't know, 3-4 years. I bought it used, and we didn't drive it hardly ever. And it was one of those where get rid of them while they're still worth something. So we traded them both in, and I got the van that she drives now. And then I went back to driving black car. So
now, it's like, I remember you said you were down to Miami County to see your mom. Mexico. Would you have planned to drive the black car because that was a trip out of town?
I wouldn't have planned. No, during that time it was still the gray car was still. It's not like it's a junk car. We bought it brand new. It was a 2006. But I just say in the last 3-4 years, it's not the car didn't run well. It's just one of those where it's old enough that you don't want to get over somewhere. Because usually if I am driving it, it's because she's at work and I don't want to end up having to get stranded somewhere. But that was more recently, so that's why I don't know which. It was either the gray or the black one that day. It would have been. Yeah, it could have been the black one. Could have been the gray one.
Makes sense. Okay.
It was an 06 Ford 500.
So then you get on the trails and you said you saw 3 girls. Where was it you saw the 3 girls?
They were up around the trail. I mean, I didn't interact with them. It was up around the trailhead somewhere.
So you walked around.
Like when I say they were leaving, yeah.
Okay.
I'm assuming they were leaving, or they came from down where those cars parked and they were going to go back that way. I don't know.
Yeah, you guys, if you don't like other people in the chat, just ignore them. Feel free to share your opinion on the case, but stop the drama. Thank you. So now he's talking about where he saw these girls. He said he saw 3 girls. Now he's saying around noon. Apparently on February 16th, he walked into the police station, said, I was there 1 to 3. 2 days later, February 18th, 2017, he said to Doolin, 1:30 to 3:30. Now, obviously in this interview, he said he got there around noon. He said he left his mom's house around 11:15, went home, got a jacket, and then went to the trail. He said he got there around noon. He said he could have left around 1:30 or 1:45. These 4 girls passed Bridge Guy soon after 1:30 in what seems to be the same area that Rick said he saw 3 girls who were also sisters. Here we go.
And then, did you see anybody else when you were out there? Anybody that stand there? Anybody else?
Nobody that stood out, I guess. I mean, if I did see somebody, it didn't click with me. And of course, my memory was a lot better when I talked to him that day. I don't remember seeing. Like I told him, there may have been somebody on the bridge or something when I was coming back through, but I didn't. The only ones that I really noticed seeing were the 3 girls.
Okay.
Because I was walking towards them, and I mean, they obviously stood out. And like I said, I remember it looked like an older girl with 2 younger girls.
Okay.
Just walking the trail.
Okay.
And I guess I just assumed that she was probably watching them or in charge of them or whatever. It was
And
kind of what it felt like.
Okay. If you thought you saw somebody when you were coming back through from the bridge, where they were on the bridge?
I don't really remember seeing anybody that day, but I don't know. So if I did see somebody else, they didn't jump out to me or anything else. Like I said, it could have been people down around the cars, but I don't remember. I just remember seeing a couple cars parked over there.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, Dan and SUV or something like that.
Okay.
That right there is one reason why I think he's guilty. He's just talking about the Mears parking lot. So he said before, when I left, so he obviously didn't seem to leave past Hoosier Harvestore whenever he left. So he must have said when I was walking past Mears parking lot, which he said he sat at bench number 6, which is at the Mears intersection. He said these vehicles, he described them as a sedan, SUV, which are probably the 2 most, hello, my brain is fried, are the 2 most common car types in addition to a pickup truck. But apparently to Dr. Walla, he described the vehicle going down Weber's driveway, which is the only vehicle that should be going to this end of this driveway, as a van. A van is not common So to me, him saying here at Mears, he saw a sedan SUV, and then later described a van, I just think is somewhat suspicious, not saying it means he's guilty. Also, I want to say Betsy Blair did drive an SUV. However, she was caught on camera on Hoosier Harvestore at 12:02, arriving at Mears, and 1:15 leaving. So she said she never saw any other cars at Mears. Her path, she would park at Mears. She would say she would do loops 3 times. She would often go to the trail, and this is her route that she would do. Park at Mears, go to the intersection, make a left to the High Bridge. There used to be a barricade at the High Bridge. She would turn around, go back to the Mears intersection. She would go down the lower 505 trail at that intersection. She said she would not go all the way. Come back up, go to Freedom Bridge, and then come back to the Mears intersection and repeat that 2 more times. On the day of the murder, she was there, 12:02 to 1:15. She said she did 2 of these loops. So if Rick got there at noon and he left, he says at 1:30, 1:15, or 1:45, why did he not see Betsy Blair? Why did he not see these 4 girls who were also walking the entire trail? The 4 girls went to High Bridge, took a photo at 12:43. At the High Bridge, there's a small, like, man-made, very small trail down to the creek. Those 4 girls went from the High Bridge down to the creek and went back up that way. So they never went like the full, like, 505 lower trail. But how does Rick not see these 5 females? He's describing these girls as sisters who were, at least one was older. The girls were 12, 13, and 2 were 16. Yes, the big issue is he said he saw 3 and they were 4, but maybe he's not telling the truth, or we know that he was wearing a hood and possibly a head covering. One of the girls said he's walking with purpose, and to me, that trail used to be so narrow that if he even looks up and sees a group of kids or anybody walking towards him, he's going to walk faster to get past them. I don't think walking with purpose necessarily means he was meeting Abby and Libby. I think it means he just wanted to get past these people so they didn't have to walk in like a single file line. Whether he was looking down and his vision was impaired and he did not see the 4th girl, not sure. Here we go.
And then when you got back to your car, were there any other cars when you got back to your car?
I don't think so. Well, no, because I would have thought through that now.
Okay.
We're just reminding.
One other thing. The only alibi the defense ever gave for Rick was Betsy Blair. So she went to go potty at the Delphi library. Like I said, she was seen leaving from Mears, going towards CPS at 1:15. Rick obviously said he could have left at 1:30, 1:45. At 1:15, she's driving in the direction of CPS. She said the only reason she noticed this old car from the 1960s that resembled her dad's car at around 2:15, when she left for the second time, was because it was parked in an odd spot up against the old building. So if Rick was there at 1:15 when she was left to go potty at the Delphi library, why did she not see his car? People who think he's innocent can say, well, he left at 1 o'clock. However, she's doing the loop-de-loops and she doesn't see him as she's going loop-to-loop. Anyway, I know you're all like, Tom, you're a freak. All right, we'll go, keep going.
Where you went afterwards when you left there?
I went home that day. I always watched the stock market and
You know,
traded stocks a
that
little
was
bit.
something else that they remember the officer recorded something about the stock market. Tell us about that.
I just had a individual trading account with Daytech originally, and it was, I think it was TD Ameritrade. I trade stocks, try to get rich, lose money.
Did that work for you?
On and off it did actually, but no, it worked really terribly there for a while, and I don't even do it anymore. So that's just too much of a risk.
So did you have a phone or a watch or something you were looking at the stock market on, or?
I think so. I had a program on my phone to watch stocks. I don't remember exactly when and how long I had it, but yeah, I had a program that I could, depending on the reception you had, of course. If you didn't have any reception, that wouldn't work. And
was it fairly good out there that day?
And that's honestly, I think that's why I went home as quick as I did because I wanted to get home and watch it on my computer with my stock tickers and all that stuff. Because I remember that's why I remember doing that. That was like a hobby, I guess, for me, was watching the stock market and looking at charts and trying to predict what something's going to do and make money off of it.
Yeah, that's way out of my league.
Well, it was mine too. I just didn't realize it at the time.
What were you wearing that day? I mean, you said you put on a jacket. You put on a jacket.
So this is the interesting part. I've corrected people before. People say Rick admitted he wore the same exact thing as Bridge Guy. As you'll see, he never really admits that. He talks about like a black jacket. This is from my notes and my recollection, so we're about to see. But if you think he's about to say, yes, I definitely wore exactly what Bridge Guy was wearing, you're not correct. Here we go.
Blue jeans, and I'm sure I put on a jacket because I think it was still fairly cool that day. I don't think it was super warm. I would have put on a jacket. I don't know.
Remember what kind of jacket
Probably
you had back
jeans.
then? I mean,
I've had Carhartt jackets over the years.
color is your jacket?
The one was blue, the one was black. Probably back then it would have been a black one. Had a hood built into it. So it was just a black zip up. I don't even think it was a Carhartt. I think it was an off-brand, but it was like a Carhartt. I could have worn that. I've had sweatshirts like what you're on today. Hoodies, jackets. I mean, I've got a little bit of everything. Fleece.
Anything else you maybe headgear or anything like that? Wasn't that warm that day, but wasn't that cold either.
Always kept a hat in my coat, so it would have been like a, I don't know what you call them, skull cap, or just not a big fluffy hat, but a small hat.
So, So cap on your head, and anything else you've been wearing besides like what kind of shoes? I mean, not pretty strange to ask a question like that. But what was, because I might probably tell you what kind of tennis shoes I had because I usually make them last a very long time.
Well, and I've got shoes that I've had for 10, 12 years probably. It would have been older tennis shoes, or I had military boots that I used to wear, but they just don't fit. I've been out of the military forever, so I had some combat boots in my closet that I used to wear occasionally. I don't know if I was still wearing them then or not. I mean, I haven't worn them in years, but could have had a pair of work boots. I don't know. So probably older tennis shoes, but if it was wet out, sometimes I wear a boot, like a work boot, or like I said, the combat boots, because they held water out pretty well.
Okay, great.
And I may have told him that day was wearing, I don't remember.
Do you know what kind of phone you had back then? And you just found that phone, do you?
If I do, it's in the closet somewhere. I'm sure to recycle it by now.
Oh, really?
Because I've had this for one guy.
He said she probably recycled his phone by now, but as I said, in the courtroom and even on the list of items they took, I counted at least 14, possibly 15 old cell phones. So why is this 2017 one missing? McClelland said a phone after 2017 was found at his house. So why is 2017 missing?
Don't tell me. No. Trying to go where I just went to look at. I don't know. It's been a few years now. Several years, not. It wasn't, I know that since that time, I know I've gotten this phone. I don't remember when. It's not been a super long time, but it wasn't. I've had it long enough that I don't remember when I got it.
Do you have that picture of that car or no?
I don't think I do.
Okay, so Liggett just said, do you have that picture of that car or no? This is I showed this at the very beginning. It's a horrible quality. Like all my videos now. We're about to see what Rick says, because from my notes, he never denies that this car is his. But like I said, the video or the quality is so horrible.
Picture of the car on the yeah, we got that one. Likely. Anyway. So, a couple things I wanted to ask you after I checked my phone, it's just like ringing like crazy. What we would like to do is to be able to confirm some of the information that you've given us so far, to be able to examine your phone. As you're well aware, phones go everywhere with everybody, and they tell a story about a lot of what people do. And sometimes the information on a phone can confirm or, maybe not necessarily confirm information about what somebody is saying. We have the ability to be able to extract the data from a phone and be able to look at it and be able to tell where somebody was at.
Yeah, I know that.
Okay. Would that be something you would allow us to take care of, do today and get it done?
How long are you going to have my phone?
Well, we ideally would like to have the phone that you have. When you got that phone, did you take the data from the old phone and move it to the new phone?
I have no idea. I mean, I know, I always try to save contacts.
Right. So if you had the phone, like, where'd you get the phone at? What service is it?
I go through Ting. It's an online service, and a lot of people don't know about it. It's really inexpensive, and I've had it for years now.
What's it called?
So if you could not hear what he said Ting, T-I-N-G, is his wireless provider.
What was it called?
Ting.
Ting, like T-I-N-G.
T-I-N-G.
Never heard of it.
It's online.
So you didn't really go to a store somewhere?
I used to,
Okay.
but I for years now we've been with Ting. You pay full price for your phone, and they have discounted ones, and so usually you'll pay a couple $100 for a phone, or you can pay $600-700, whichever. But as far as the service, I mean, I only pay around $40 a month for 2 phones, and that's pretty much everything.
Your service provider, is that Ting themselves, or is it another?
I think right now it's probably Verizon. It's one of those deals they use. Of course, all of them do that anymore. They use each other's towers.
Corporate towers.
Yeah. But I think it's like my phone. Some of it depends on what type of phone you have too. Mine is based off of, pretty sure it's off of Verizon right now.
Okay.
I don't remember.
Do you remember what you had back then? 2017.
I know I didn't have this one yet. I don't even know if they were making those yet.
I mean, as far as service provider.
Well, I've had Ting. God, I've had Ting for several years now.
So they
I probably would have had Ting.
Okay. They may have changed service providers on you. Ting may have used a different service provider.
I don't since I've had this phone, I've never had them come out and say, hey, we're changing your provider. It's just I guess kind of the home system that it works off of. Like I said, it's Verizon. I'm trying to think if it's ever been you don't even hear about AT&T anymore, but it could have been that at one point.
Okay.
I never had it before we lived in Delphi though, so I know, I'm pretty sure because I always got my phone. I work at Walmart, so I get my service plans through them because I got discounts through them. So I know it's been since I left Walmart, so.
Okay.
I mean, so I went through regular periods prior, but I've been with Tane forever.
Well, so then what I would like to do, if it's okay with you, would be to have an opportunity to look at the phone and examine some of the data on it. Really would like to get to the phone that you had back then. If you think it's in a closet,
I don't know.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't have, I mean, my wife comes home, she'll know. If we have it, she'll know exactly where it's at.
Okay, all right. So if it's okay with you,
She recycled them, but she may not.
we could start with this phone. We'll be able to extract the data from that if that's okay with you. And I have a form that I read to folks before we get started on doing something like that. And it goes basically like this: you have the right to require that a search warrant be obtained before you search your property. You have the right to refuse consent to a warrantless search. You have the right to talk to a lawyer before you give your consent to such a search. If you cannot afford a lawyer, one will be appointed for you. I've read the statement rights. I understand what rights are. I do not want a lawyer at this time. I consent to a warrantless search by the officers of the police department fully described property, and it'll be your cell phone and a motor carrier, and authorize these officers to seize any item of data which they consider as evidence. I understand and know what I am doing. No promises or threats have been made to me, and no pressure or coercion of any kind has been used against me. And I would need to have the passcode. Is your phone open, or is it just a passcode, or is it a pattern, face, or what?
There's a finger thing, and then there's a code override.
Mm-hmm.
I guess go ahead.
Any questions you have, I'll try to answer.
Just, I don't know, it's sounding more like you're like, I'm not going to be somebody's fall guy. I thought we were talking,
I want to help you.
I thought you were trying to find what I might have that'd be helpful, but that's absolutely what we're doing.
Everywhere we talk to, we're trying to eliminate them from any suspicion of being involved in this case.
Sure.
So
I get that.
What we want to try to do is get as much information together to be able to show, okay, we've looked and didn't find anything. So you understand what I'm saying?
Sure, I get that. I just, like I said, honestly, it amazes me that we're even talking. I mean, it's been so long, and I haven't thought about this much, and it's just like, I don't want to be somebody's fall guy, and we're going to try to make pieces of a puzzle fit somewhere they don't fit so we can close this thing. I get, and I'm not saying you guys, please don't think I'm questioning your integrity. That's not what I'm saying. I just, okay. I mean, I guess that's where I'm at. It doesn't seem like a simple conversation we're having. It seems more like you think I might have done it. So
I understand what you're saying. I completely get what you're saying and how I would feel from your point of view. Okay.
Yeah.
But from our situation, what we're trying to do is be able to show what all you were doing that day. Take a look at everything. Make sure that we can show that what you're saying is true. Okay. Mm-hmm. So that we can be able to say to someone else, whoever's prosecuting this case, look, we looked at Mr. Allen, he's not our guy. And we looked at him because we looked at his phone. And I was going to ask you something else too, be able to look at your car, and also with your permission, we'd like to look at your house. And so okay. all these things are very, very important just to be able to.
I get that. I mean, yeah, I'm not going to, I mean, if you get to a point where you think that I need further investigating and you want to get a warrant, do it, that's fine, but I'm not going to have somebody going through my house and everything.
Sure. I just want to be honest.
I just don't, I guess I'm starting to feel more like your main lead or something here, and I'm not going to do that.
Well, did you understand that because we are so far into this, mm-hmm. that I'm sure you see the news, you see state police doing their thing. Well, we
for a great while, yeah.
We at the Carroll County Sheriff's Department, and he's an investigator with the prosecutor's office.
Sure.
We decided to pick through the very beginning of this again.
And
we're talking to everybody that was out there that day and trying to cross the T's, dot the I's. It's nothing more than that.
And I get that part of it.
So there's no fall guy. That's not.
Yeah, and like I said, I'm not trying to question anybody's integrity. I just, like, I guess like I said, at the point that you think I might have actually done this, then if you want to get a warrant, search my house, my car, my orifices or whatever, that's fine. I mean, I don't mind you looking at my phone or whatever, but, like, yeah.
Search his orifices. Anyway, I do think he's guilty, but I think his demeanor for the most part is innocent to me. I said that during the trial. However, certain things that he says does not match up. Like he just said before, I think he said, I have not really thought about this a lot, but I think earlier in the interview, he said, I have thought about this a lot. I'll have to go back and rewind, but I'm not hosting a live chat.
I don't think I guess my point is I don't think we're just asking.
Sure, right now, just asking.
I understand that.
So it is what it is, and we're
Sure.
not asked. So
Yeah, I'm not going to have police out going through my house and stuff. That's just not.
that's fine. That's fine.
News leaks and somebody here. I just don't need that kind of.
Well, we're trying to keep this very discreet because we do understand what you're talking about. It came out of the Buick, which is not normally.
I understand.
Car. So, you know, we're not interested in making your life living like that. We're trying to get these things figured out.
Sure.
Get it taken care of. So,
Sure.
with that, so you said you would let us look at the phone?
Sure.
Okay, great. And you help us get to the other phone too?
I'll see if I can find it.
Okay, all right. So let me go back to that form and we'll get this phone back to our team, which can do that. So I covered this with you. What kind of phone is it? Can you tell?
It's a Google something or other. It's a Google. Pixel.
Pixel, okay. It's a black phone, okay. And what is the passcode?
2045.
45, okay. All right, great. So I read this to you, so if you have any questions, do you have any questions about your rights about being able to do this? Or we just need your signature there to verify that you understood everything?
You know what? Let me talk to my wife before I do anything.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I don't want to do this because I'm cool with it, but at the same time, I don't want her to get pissed off because I don't know.
It's okay.
We watch TV shows and stuff, and I just, like, I don't want to be associated with this thing, obviously, more than anybody else does. And am I an angel of a person? No. I mean, I'm like anybody else, and I guess I don't want you, maybe I don't want you looking at every website I've visited, and so I think I'll talk to my wife, and if she's cool with it, then we'll do it.
I'm going to get something, I'm going to show you something just really.
So he said he didn't want them to look at every website he ever visited, but at the trial, they didn't really present anything that was really that suspicious. He did search, apparently, or somebody on his account, his Google account, search for Delphi murders. Should I Die Now was Googled several times. Like the most darkest shows on Netflix, but nothing really extremely suspicious, in my opinion. Also, they got his jacket. I'm sure other people have asked for like all the exhibits that you guys will see, hopefully over the next weeks or so. From my recollection, they showed a picture of all the cell phones. You guys can look at that, whatever. They showed a picture very quick on the screen in the TV in the courtroom of a dark blue jacket. And we've all like looked at the bridge guy jacket. I think a lot of us agree. There seems to be like something bulging out just in the general underbelly or whatever of the jacket. Plus in the front pocket, it might be like an outline of a gun. So I was like typing note or writing notes as much as I could during the trial. So I only briefly saw this blue jacket. So I want to get a better look at it to see, is the material thin enough that you could see the outline of something in the front pocket? Obviously, they never found any DNA or blood on that blue jacket from his home. Never found any blood in his car. never found really anything of major significance at his house other than the gun, the unspent round, which obviously is up for debate.
Quick, I'll be right back. Used to crush them to recycle.
Sure, do you want to know?
No, I did.
One of these is colder than the other, so. But no, we're trying to give you a hard time.
I understand.
Again, we're just trying to get these things taken care of.
And I get
for
that.
a long time, so.
I get that. But, I guess that's, not that I ever question anybody's integrity, but
That's fine.
it's just, I know that it's at a point where, I mean, you want closure. You want closure for a family, and I'm not, again, I'm not, I don't know you from Adam.
No, it's fine.
I just, but you also can't say it's never happened where pieces have been, we find a piece that's close to fitting and make it fit, and I just don't.
I just want you to see why we came to you. This is from the beginning.
Okay.
It's basically tip 74.
Okay.
That's
I understand. I can check.
I don't want you to think that we're just randomly coming after you.
And you've been.
Oh, I don't think you're coming after me. It's not that.
You've been completely honest with this. You said, well, what the information you can see right there, this gentleman was on the trail between 1330 and 1530.
That's true. I mean, I don't think that.
Time, no less.
I know I wasn't out there that late. I don't know what I told him that day, but I know I wasn't out there till 3:30 or so. Yeah, it's 3:30.
That would be right around 1:30 until 3:30.
No, I'm saying when I left. 1:30 would have been more of the time I would have left.
Okay.
Not gotten there. Because the reason I remember is because I know I left around 11 o'clock or so because they were getting ready to go do lunch. And I wasn't going to do the lunch thing with everybody, so I just went home and was going to watch the stock market. Thought it was a nice day, and I'd go take a walk on the trail before I did.
Yeah. So things we're asking you is nothing any different than we ask anybody else around there.
Yeah. And look at all the stuff you told us, and there's nothing inconsistent here. So.
I guess I was actually watching my stock, so it must have been working. You asked about that.
So right now he's reading the Dan Doolin narrative. Obviously, it seems like whoever entered this tip said that Rick walked in and said, I was there 1 to 3. 2 days later, 5 days after the murder, he said 1:30 to 3:30. Now he's saying he got there around noon and left around 1:30, 5 years later. So does somebody have a better memory 3 and 5 days after a double murder on a trail you were on in your small town, or 5 years later?
Vehicles parked the High Bridge Trailhead. It wasn't, I mean, it was that farmer's pull-off is where I was seeing
Different people call.
Sure, gotcha. And you have the information off my cell phone.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yes, that's what I'd really like to know, that cell phone in particular.
But again, that's why we're here.
Sure, and I get that.
We're trying to put, if there's any pieces you missed or anything that you can recollect.
Sure, and that's honestly, that's what I thought this was. And I mean, there's nothing else I can really think of. But as far as searching my house and my phones and like.
Well, let me say, I haven't even got to that yet. I just want to let you know those things have been very helpful for us. Okay, I'm not necessarily asking right now.
How have they been helpful?
Eliminating people.
What we do is we can say for sure, okay,
Sure.
And we didn't find anything. Okay, that's how we estimate the successfulness.
And I guess I see that. So
Yeah.
I guess when you say progress, it's like we're still where we were. And I'm not saying you haven't made progress.
No.
You obviously have. I'm just saying, like, we're here because we haven't found the guy that did this. And I'm not going to turn into that guy. I'm not going to, I don't want to become the target of something because, like I said, we watch a Dateline every week. We watch everything, and it's one of those, I mean, there's nothing that's going to tie me to it, and I'm not worried about that. To have people come and start searching my house and stuff. I mean, my wife doesn't even know I'm here talking to people, so, but I mean, I can look for the phone, I'll talk to her, and, I mean, obviously, anytime that you feel that you need that information quicker, I know you can get it. It's not like you can't get it if you want it. I'm not an idiot.
What information would that be?
Searching my house, searching my phone, searching my...
Well, and again, the reason I said search your house and your car would be to be able to say to someone, look, we did actually take care of this information. We know for sure, okay, what was there, what we found, and that gives us the answer we need for a particular situation that we're dealing with.
Sure.
It doesn't mean that we're trying to put anybody in a box, or anything like that. I know you brought up several times wanting to be able to resolve the case. No, what we want to do is be able to find the person who...
Absolutely.
That's
what I mean.
Not trying to put anybody in that box that wasn't responsible for what happened. Okay?
I understand that.
So,
I'm not saying you just want to label somebody, but, you know, I had nothing to do with it. I haven't been a part of this investigation. I mean, I have with what I did, and now I'm obviously you question me further, and that's fine. But
sure,
it's a horrible thing, and I mean, I don't want to be any more involved in it than what I have to be.
Mm-hmm.
If I thought I had something that was useful, by all means, I'd give you anything I had. I just don't know what's going to be useful to you.
Sure, I understand. So that's one of the reasons why we asked for the phone, is to be able to nail down that aspect of it, especially the phone that would have been involved in that situation, which would be the phone you gave the information on to the officer.
Sure.
And also, something that would be very important to look at would be your car, because when somebody does something that's involved in something like this,
sure,
there might be traces of biological information and data or substances that were left behind inside the vehicle. So,
sure, I mean,
that makes sense. So, would it be helpful for us to be able to look at your car to be able to determine if there be anything like that inside of it, forensically? Okay, forensically means that we have a close examination of the car.
I know that.
And then again, like everything else that we're telling you, then we can say, we looked at Rick, we looked at his car, there was nothing in his car. That's the point. That's the whole point of everything.
Yeah, this is out of left field, guys. I mean, I'm going to talk to my wife before I do anything. I mean, this affects her as much as it affects me. And I know you guys don't talk to people. I don't hear a bunch of rumors out there. I mean, I don't want anybody knowing that I talk to you guys.
Oh, I understand.
It's just not something
we don't do that.
Sure.
That's not something we want to do at all. So, we don't just go out and randomly talk to people and stuff like this.
Sure, I understand.
Okay. So, with the phone, you say you want to take some time, more time to think about it. A couple things that I wanted to ask you about. Would you mind, sir, if we stepped out for a little bit and came back? That'd be okay with you? Give me just a few minutes right back.
I'm going to let this part go so you guys can just watch his body language. I'm trying to export the October 26th one on my other computer right now. So that's a zoomed in version. Not sure if that's going to be ready by the next 20 minutes when this is done, but I'll show you at least the zoomed out part. Here we go. Like I said, this has about 20 more minutes. I guess I'll, you guys can watch Rick and I'll highlight some of your comments. Let's see. Yeah, sorry I missed 45,000 comments. Where are we here? or any donations. Thank you, Sinbad. And Alexa. Do that body language analysis. Ruckus, thank you. Yankees Girl and, oh, sorry, Yankee Ghost. And you two bad actors. So as I said, I think like his demeanor for the most part to me comes across as innocent. However, some things just don't add up, and overall I do think he's guilty. Heather, yes, I agree. He's been pretty calm this whole time, though I will say. Not gonna lie, I agree. Yeah, there's zero evidence of any kind of like videos or photos of young children on his computers. J Farm 13. If you're innocent, why do you care someone knows you talk to the police? I mean, I could understand it's a small town of 3,000 people. Does he really want everybody thinking that he is Bridge Guy? But at the same time, they talk to a bunch of guys in that town and area, and if you're innocent, you'll know you'll be found innocent. Sleuth says he wants to talk to his wife like he talked to her before his confession. Mistress of Wine. If I had nothing to do with it, I'd let them search my house. A lot of people say, no, at least get the search warrant. But I agree. If you're innocent, why would you care? I'm sure people are screaming at the TV. I'm not sure how long this silence lasts, but you guys can look at Rick and listen to me put you to sleep with my voice. Malibu, this cued him to dump phone, but that's not true because he literally had like no time. They drove him home, and I think they pretty much sat outside until they got the search warrant. So I don't know that he had an opportunity to get rid of the 2017 phone on this day, October 13th, 2022. Teddy was in the courtroom and said, it was an incredible feeling to mouth to Rick that quote unquote, you're cooked to his face.
Hey, how you doing? So what I want to do is kind of show you some of the stuff that we do have here. Why it's important. Why it's important. We get your cooperation.
All right, so now I'm kind of pissed. Uh-oh, Tom never gets angry. What I showed you at the beginning, it's a black and white horrible copy, but it looks like on the top there, sorry, I can't zoom in this StreamYard thing right now. I believe that's the Hoosier Harvestore camera, and it looks like it's color. Oh, Lordy, whatever.
One of the things that you told us was that you had driven out there in your car, and you think you've driven out there in your car. We have a picture of your car that shows it was going out to the trails that day, okay? And now, one of the important things for us is to help understand exactly where you were at that day, what was going on. You've already told us that you were out there. That's really, really important.
Sure.
Okay?
Yes.
So he just saw that picture and he didn't say, that's not my car. And it looks like the other photo now is probably the beginning of the 43-second video with Abby after Libby lifts up the camera.
So with that, what I wanted to do is try to help you work through this whole thing. I'm going to be completely honest with you. We've been able to talk to your wife, sure, talk to your daughter already. Well, this is all happening. We had time to do all that.
Sure.
And we've heard that you had some issues, even at one point put a gun in your mouth that you were going to do something to yourself, maybe 3 years or so.
Yes.
And, you know, look, there's a lot here that we need to get clarified, okay? As you well know, we have pictures of an individual who is on the bridge. And to some great degree, you describe that individual as wearing, yourself as wearing blue jeans, a jacket of the same color as that. He described a hat. It's hard to see the shoes, but they're kind of brown. Okay? And this is a picture that was taken with the phone of one of the girls.
Okay, I understand that.
And the question needs to be, is that you?
If it was taken with the girl's phone, that is absolutely, I mean, it's not me, but I never have met these girls before, so even if I thought it looked like me, if it was taken with the girl's phone, there's no way it could be. I've never met them. I've never seen them.
Okay. All right, so that's
and as far, well, and let's just stop there. As far as my psychological well-being,
okay.
It has been, I've been dealing with that for years. It's not something new. It's not something because I went out and killed girls. Now I've got psychological problems. Have I had issues? Did I stick a gun? I know how a gun works, and I wasn't going to shoot myself that night. It was probably a cry for help that night. You've obviously talked to my wife, so it is what it is. But I know that you haven't talked to anybody that knows me, has been around me, my family, not my family, that thinks that I may have been involved in this. I wouldn't believe it.
But this image, this person right here, he's wearing like a Carhartt jacket, just like you just told us.
Okay.
He's wearing the same clothing that you just told us. We just need to know what happened. Why?
Sure. I mean, I said I was wearing blue jeans. Now, I think blue jeans is a pretty common thing that people wear. Sure. And I said I was probably wearing a black or a blue coat. It could have been a Carhartt, a zip-up with a hoodie in it. I've had black ones. I've had a blue one, or a blue one and a black one. Like, I guess, you know, you're taking what I told you I was wearing and saying that that's me in it.
So the other kind of...
And you're serious. You literally want me to, like, that is you want me to say that that's my car?
We looked at
it matches everything. That is your car.
Okay, well, I'm saying that picture, it's like, okay,
yeah, no, that there's zero doubt that that's you.
Okay, that's...
So he's denying he's bridge guy, but he's not denying that that's his car. What else was I going to say? I forget.
We're showing you what we have and why we need to eliminate it.
Well, sure.
That's the point.
Sure. All right. Well, we're all done here.
Here's what
you want to arrest me.
Here's what I want to say to you at this point. You know, look, we have a lot of information here that we need clarification.
Sure.
And that's exactly why we're talking to you at this time.
Well, and that's fine.
So what we want to do is to be able to take a look at your cell phone, take a look at all the data, help us out. Yeah, it would be great. Or, you know, conversely, in this situation, we've already talked to your employer, and we already know that and we haven't told them what we know about this. We haven't said anything about that. But they say you're a nice guy. And I believe you're a nice guy.
Oh, okay.
Look, you know, I have no reason. I mean, let me paint a picture for you. We went to your house.
No, you got a job to do. And I get that.
We went to your house.
You sit down here and
we went to your house this morning.
We're having a conversation and...
We went to your house this morning, and what we did was knocked on the door. You let us inside. We had a nice conversation, and that's great. That's really positive. You came here to the center and drove down. You rode in the car with us.
Yeah.
And we had a chance to sit down and talk. You're not a fellow who is, I think, a mean fellow. You know, you're not the kind of guy that would go out and do something malicious to somebody. So a lot of what we're trying to get figured out here today, right now, is exactly what's going on here. Why is this information showing us one thing, but then you're telling us another?
What is it showing you? What
this information?
I'm going to say that is, just say that is my car. I told you I could have been driving that car.
Yeah, that's right.
But why is he not denying it's his car when it went from Mears past Hoosier Harvestore towards CPS when he's saying he went through town? It's not adding up to me.
I don't know what it is but this seems to have taken a turn, you know. You're sitting here and you're talking to me and you're asking me things, and I get that.
Most people,
but now it's turning into...
Most people have wanted to be eliminated from this.
Well, sure.
I
don't want to be included to begin with. until the point that you have something that tells you that I did this and you want to subpoena or arrest me or something, I've got nothing to worry about. So I'm not real concerned here, but your attitudes towards me have definitely changed, and I don't like the fact that, you know, it feels more like I'm being interrogated, and so then you're going to tell me that you've already talked to my wife and my daughter and stuff. Like, how straightforward is that? You know?
Well, what would you, okay, let's turn everything around. Tell me what you would do differently if you were in our situation. You had this information. How would you react? What would you do? You do the same thing that we were doing right now.
What information is it that you have?
We have.
You have that I was out there, and I told you from the very beginning that I was out there.
Yes, you did.
I didn't hide it.
Did you see this guy?
I didn't know.
Okay.
I told you, I see the only person that I clearly remember seeing that, and this isn't from the day, I mean, this is the next day. The only people or person that came into my mind were those 3 girls that I seen.
Richard, we're not upset with you, not mad at you, anything like that. We're just
Sure.
trying to get to the bottom of this, okay? No, I'm not, I'm not here to give you a hard time. I'm just here to try to get this situation straightened out. Mm-hmm. And what we want to do is simply get to the truth. What would help us get to the truth is being able to look inside of some of the things you're talking about, okay?
And I get that.
Okay. And maybe
on the other side of things,
here.
Sure. And on the other side of things, if I thought I had something that was going to help you, that would, what do I have that's going to help you?
Okay. Well, I have some questions we could go through here, if you don't mind. And
I think we're done.
We have some other questions here that we could go through here. And what I could do,
Want to hear questions? What does that hurt?
some of the questions that we can ask you are simply this. And I don't want you to feel like these questions all sound strange and it'd be maybe even accusing in nature, but I want you to understand I'm not trying to offend you. But they help us out. They help us out by getting to a little bit farther along in this matter.
So, I don't know. Like I said, you went, you talked to my daughter and my wife.
What do you want?
I can't tell you what happened. I can tell you that if that picture was, I mean, you can sit and take anybody and say, well, if they were wearing this and wearing that, that could be done. If that picture was taken from one of the girls' phones,
here's the
it's
problem
not me
with that.
because I've never met them.
I know, but listen, here's the problem with that. You know why you can put a lot of people and say they're wearing blue jeans and a blue coat, but you know what the difference is? No, you said you were there.
Well, sure I did.
We have people that saw you.
Okay.
Ricky said you were out on the bridge yourself.
There aren't that many people that saw me. I mean, I'm sure I didn't miss that many people. If they walked behind me, I guess.
You said that you were out on the bridge, this bridge, yourself that day around the time when this happened.
No, I didn't.
You said you walked out onto the bridge. When we talked to you earlier, you said that you walked out to about the first platform or within that area down the bridge. That's what you told us. So we know that you were on the bridge.
Of course I was.
Okay?
And I told you that.
And with that, we can say that, is this person you? That's the question. Is that person you? That's the question we have to answer.
Sure.
Okay? So if that person is you, we know this person followed the girls all the way to the other side of the bridge and then told them to go down the hill.
Follow them. I don't even know what you're talking about. Like you're saying, go.
Okay. So the bridge here, okay, this is the girls walking towards the other side of the bridge from where the trailhead is at.
The other side.
The other side of the bridge. And this person followed them all the way to the other side of the bridge where the...
Yeah. So let's just...
And told them to go down the hill.
Okay, so let me stop here. I don't appreciate you trying to talk me into this. No, this is what I said. You're trying to change my words around. I told you I was on the bridge. Now you just told me this is the trailhead side of the bridge.
Over here on this
and
side.
You're saying I told you I walked on the bridge.
You said you walked on that bridge that day.
And that first trestle is somewhere,
back there. Okay.
It's somewhere over there.
Help me understand. Okay, you came out this far, we know that.
I did.
You
I
came
didn't
out,
go out that
you
far
came
that
out, you came out that far, is what you told us.
I'm not gonna tell you how, I can't tell by that how far out I was.
Just a heads up, 13 days later, he tells his wife, I went out to the first trestle, which is the first platform.
Okay.
I'm just telling you, you're saying that's me, and you're saying this is the far side of the bridge. I don't even go out that far anymore. I haven't for years.
Okay, for years, but back then, that was in 2017, okay? And the question is this you?
No.
Okay. So you're telling me that this person was out there on the bridge and wore the same clothing that you had on that day, but you didn't see them?
You can't tell that's a black Carhartt coat, a blue Carhartt coat, a pullover. I told you I could have been wearing this.
The two kinds of clothing you said you wore that day was either a black Carhartt coat or a blue Carhartt coat. Okay, you said you had blue jeans, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I've had a jacket.
Okay, so put yourself in my chair.
I guess what I'm saying is I'm not going to tell you I wasn't wearing a black Carhartt that day. I told you I could have been. I don't know if that's a black Carhartt. And if it is, it's not mine, it's his.
And you said you had a hat. You normally wear a skull cap, which covers.
I said I carry one. So if I was wearing one, it would be like a skull cap or a smaller type of hat or something.
So Rick was photographed wearing a green skull cap. In the list of items taken from his house, there were skull caps, but not a green one. So was he wearing a green skull cap on the bridge?
Okay. So this is the situation we're at, okay? Basically this. Either you were out there to do this to the girls, or you were out there to be able to introduce the girls to somebody else.
Okay. Good luck finding anything that points in that direction. I mean, it's not me. You're not going to make me believe it's me. You're not going to find anything that ties me to those murders. So I'm not really that concerned. You know, you went from trying to, I don't know what you want to say, get my trust and then slowly lure me into telling you I killed somebody, and I'm not going to do it. You know, I don't know where this changed course.
I'm not trying to give you a hard time, really not. I just want you to put yourself in the situation where we as police officers are looking at all the evidence that we have and what you've told us right now, okay? Mm-hmm. Okay, not trying to give you a hard time, just want to make sure that we get everything taken care of here. That's why we wanted to look at the things that we wanted to look at.
And that's not going to happen now. I mean, like I said, we're done here. So arrest me or take me home.
I understand. So
arrest me or take me home. I'm done. This is stupid.
Okay. So that day, that's your phone. So on that day, you went out there on the bridge, and that you were wearing the same clothing basically the same clothing that this person here is wearing.
That's what you think. I don't know how you can tell that that's a black Carhartt coat, which is what I told you, a black or blue Carhartt coat. Never mind. This is ridiculous. You're trying to tell me that I gave you a description of this guy and I didn't. I mean, we all looked at this thing for months and years, and to me that doesn't even look like a Carhartt coat.
Well, you can't say it's not, can you? I mean, neither one of us can.
Okay. You're right.
Can't say it's not. I mean, we can't say that it's not a Carhartt coat. We can't say that that hat isn't similar to the one that you have had at one point. So,
okay.
With all those things in view,
you've lost my trust. I'm not going to talk to you anymore. This is stupid. Now you pissed me off.
Well, I'm sorry about that.
Okay. So let's get. Are you arresting me?
Well, I really want to try to get this thing worked out. Okay. I want to try to get this thing worked out.
Am I free to leave or not?
You've always been free to leave.
Thank you. You're an asshole.
That's that. When he said, thanks, you're an a-hole, people in the courtroom laughed. So we have a dilemma here. These videos, the cameras are, my face looks, anyway, only 1,300 people are watching. Who cares? Our dilemma is, I tried to crop the October 26th video to focus on Rick and his wife. It's only 2/3 of the way saving to an external drive. It might take another 15 to 20 minutes. So I think you guys are going to want to see the close-up. So for the next 20 minutes, I know you want to see this video and it's getting late. I'm doing comments for the next 15 to 20 minutes until this is ready. So what do you guys think about what you just saw? As always, sorry that I missed so many comments. I always highlight a variety, so here we go. Oh yeah, just to say, what's his name? Mullen said to Rick, "We talked to your wife and mom." That was a lie. But the police are allowed to lie, at least in interrogations. Not sure if this is about me. Lay off Botox, your hearing's affected. I've never had Botox. Although several people have accused me of having it, but I never have. Yeah, so I really believe like Rick's demeanor in that video, to me, it mostly showed like somebody who I thought was innocent. However, some of the things he said does not add up, and overall, I think he's guilty. Sleuth, he said he didn't miss anyone, as if he was keeping track. I think you're talking about the number of people he saw. And that's one of the things I can't get past. I've said this before, like 2 hours ago. How did he not see the 4 girls between 12:30 and 1:30, or Betsy between 12:02 and 1:15? It does not add up to me. And as I said before, I say everything repeatedly. Who are these 3 girls who passed Rick around noon? It's not the girl with the initials MM. There are screenshots from around the time of the murders where she said, "We only went to City Park to play basketball," which is like a 10 to 15-minute walk from the trail. We never went to the trail. So if you're going to say the 3 girls were this girl, MM, I don't want to like name these people. That ain't true. So if you think Rick is innocent, find the 3 girls he passed at noon and help get him out of wherever prison he's at now. I think he's at Pendleton or something. Let's see. Just a reminder, you guys, if people are in the chat who you don't like, ignore them. The mods will ban you if you get too rude. Holy Ralpha Male Empire. Instead of flat out denying that it's him, which any person would say yes or no to, he's trying to argue his way out. Well, he is looking at the picture and saying, that's not me. So he did deny it. However, one of my issues, like I said, is he's shown this screenshot of his car, whatever, at the 127 Hoosier Harvestore, and he did not deny that's his car. He said, you want me to say that's my car. But if you saw your car on security footage, or some car that was not yours, wouldn't you be like, that's not even my car? I'm not saying it makes him guilty, but I think it's suspicious. Cindy said, should have asked him these pressure questions before they made him mad. And if you're innocent, I totally get that he would be angry and frustrated after whatever, that was 1 hour and 27 minutes. So, as I said, the October 26th interview is coming up in like 20 more minutes. It's 1.5 hours long. Anne says, at some level, he's putty in their hands now. Classic going into hyper backtracking mode. Just demand a lawyer. But he can't stop trying to figure out what all they've got on him. Well, some people say they don't have a lot on him. Hi, Gambies. Julie, the difference between that man continuing to talk and any of us continuing to talk is none of us murdered 2 girls. None of us need to diff ourselves out of being caught. Diffuse ourselves? Rescue all the dogs. Mullen's demeanor is going viral. He's going to be a gif. He did laugh after Rick called him an a-hole. Apparently, Mullen does not curse. So after this, I guess they drove Rick home. I'm not sure if they sat outside which I doubt they would leave, and had somebody else go get the search warrant, and they searched his house. And as I said before, they didn't find any blood on any of his items, no DNA from Abby and Libby in his house, in his car. The phone from 2017 was missing, so what's up with that? Shelly, whoever you are, please be respectful. Kristen makes a great point, which I've said before. He didn't see Bridge Guy. Bingo. He didn't, because he's Bridge Guy. So, like, he didn't see Odinist. He didn't see Ron Logan. He didn't see Kegan Kline or his dad. He didn't see anybody other than these supposed 3 girls around noon, when we know there were 5 other females walking all over the trails, even up until 1 o'clock when he said he would have left. It does not add up to him telling the truth. And nobody who believes Rick is 100% innocent has given me an answer under my videos. How can you explain how he does not see the 4 girls between 12:30 and 1:30, or even 12:30 and 1, because they got to High Bridge by 12:43 and took a picture, and he's not seeing Betsy Blair doing her 2 loop-de-loops. Anyway. Hi, Kenny. What's a crime door? I don't know. Ask Kristen. She's hiding behind it. Hi, Georgina. Thank you for sharing your Canadian dollars. Oh, Lordy. I don't like to highlight this, but thank you for your generosity. But if you don't like Gray Hughes or anybody, just ignore them, you guys. You can right-click somebody's name and hide them or something in the chat. Mistress of Wine, thank you. Red or white wine? Okay, we are at, it's still not even halfway done. Let me see if I can zoom in on here. I don't want to waste your time. 3.5 hours in. Please stand by. If I cannot zoom in on this, we're going to have to wait. Sorry.
There's absolutely nothing to do. This is a property record and receipt. So this, it's going to read kind of funny, but you'll see. So we seal everything. So seal paperback containing.
You know what? I'm just going to leave it like this. We can't wait another 25 minutes for this. So let me take this off. All right, here we go. We're starting with this. Like I said, I think it's 1 hour and 34 minutes. Here we go.
Which means absolutely nothing to do. This is a property.
Sorry. So if you remember, the reason why they're not walking in, there was some issue where Holman, this is Holman down there, Jerry Holman. He said he pushed record. There's some issue about, was he read his Miranda rights? The law apparently is the Miranda rights, which we just saw, Mullen did read him on the 13th, are good for 14 days. This interview is 13 days later, so it seems to be legal.
Which means absolutely nothing to do. This is a property record and receipt. So this, it's going to read kind of funny, but you'll see. So we seal everything. So seal paperback containing 1 pair of dirty Thorgood boots, size 7.5 mins. And then on down. So we took the clothing that you had mentioned that you possibly could have been wearing the day you're on the bridge. And then we also took some knives. We took your car. And then we also took a weapon, a SIG 40, right? Right there. I used to be a Beretta guy. I was in the Marine Corps. Stopped at Berettas. And then when I first got on the state police, we had Berettas as well. And then we went to Glocks for a little bit. And then we went to SIGs.
I was trying to think of what we even had. I think the Berettas were probably coming out before I got out. Because they used to have the old 45s.
Beretta?
No, they were
Springfield.
I have no idea, honestly. They were the government issued 45s.
Yeah, we had I think there were 40 Berettas. And I think when I came on in 2001 in the state police, we had Berettas, but we went to Glocks, not a huge fan of Glocks, but SIGs. If I could build an indoor range and afford the ammo, I'd shoot that thing every day.
Yeah.
You shoot yours?
I've not had a lot of experience, no.
No?
I mean, target practice here and there. It's probably been, I don't even remember. I haven't shot them in a long time, I know that.
Do they have like...
Sorry. So in Rick's searches, he looked up Applied Ballistics Lafayette and another shooting range, which I don't know why he searched 2 shooting ranges if he just said here he doesn't shoot. Anyway, sorry.
Indoor range in Delphi?
No, not that I know of. Honestly, I don't even know where. I haven't looked. There used to be one in Kokomo. That's the only thing I know.
That's where I... Yeah, and you live in town, so you can't go out your back door and shoot it.
No, I probably could. It probably wouldn't be a good idea, but...
I live out in the country, so I know my closest neighbor's like 2 miles away, so I shoot mine out there. I got like a ditch. I don't have an indoor range, but I have like a ditch I can shoot and stuff like that. So, like I said, these are the items that we took. These are the items that we're testing. Some tests take longer than others, as you know. So the lab wants me to ask a few questions just about to help us with the testing, and you'll understand when I ask you.
Okay.
So, for example, they took a lot of swabs. They're taking swabs off of everything.
Okay.
So what they want to know is, have you ever loaned anything out that we've taken? And again, I just told you what we took. I realize that, but mostly some of the major items that, have you ever loaned them out for a significant time? Because if, for example, my buddy's fuel pump went out in his truck, he said, hey, can I borrow your old truck? And I said, yeah. He said it's going to be 2 weeks, ended up being 5 or 6 months. That would be a significant time frame. That my buddy's DNA would be in that truck.
Yeah.
Is there anything that you've loaned out for besides your family members? We don't care about your wife's DNA.
Not that I can think of.
You never loaned a truck out, or your sorry, it's a Ford Focus. Is that what it is?
I mean, if I do, I certainly don't remember. Most of my family has vehicles, so extra vehicles.
Yeah.
So.
The same thing like my son. He sometimes will come over and leave his coat, and I'll wear it for a couple months or something like that.
Okay.
Or my son-in-law, he'll spend money on guns. He's a gun freak. He likes to buy guns, and then he'll be like, "Hey, can I borrow $500?" And then he'll give me one of his guns as collateral, and then when he gets the money back. Anything like that you know of? Okay. So, I'll let the lab know that. That's one of the big things. And then, like I said, some of the tests are already back. I do want to talk to you about one of the tests that we got the results back. Oh, the other thing is, any of these knives or the gun, did you have that the day that you recall having that with you on the day of the 13th when you were out there on the bridge? No. You don't remember if you did or you didn't?
I didn't. I just went out for a short walk that day.
Okay. Okay. Well, we'll get to the meat and potatoes of this, Rick. I appreciate you being cooperative with me. I want to talk about the results of your handgun, okay?
Okay.
So I believe the way they got him to come in was to say they were going to give him his car back, but apparently he was supposed to come in a few days earlier, but canceled. Whether that means like he knew he was going to get arrested or not, you guys can decide. But that is some kind, I don't know if it's a rumor, but I think it was confirmed. This is October 26, 2022. He was supposed to go pick up his car a few days earlier, but canceled for some reason.
So, handguns, as you know probably, you may know more about them than I do, I don't know a lot, but they're very specific as far as the characteristics of the gun. So the firing pin is different from your firing pin, the extraction device is different from my extraction device, and they're basically what the lab has told me is that they're like fingerprints. They're specific to that gun and that gun only. Okay. So we took your gun, your 40 cal SIG, and we sent it down there to the lab to have it matched with an item that we located on February the 14th when we found the girls.
Okay.
And that item was a 40 caliber Winchester round. We found that at the scene.
Okay.
The extraction marks on that round
Mm-hmm.
match your gun.
Perfect.
So,
This is, okay.
no, just hear me out, I'm just
I
trying.
am.
So, this is the round, okay? Those are the extraction marks. That's the best picture of them. There's actually 3 of them. That's the same round that we found, okay? And like I said, the methodology that they use is scientific, and they're telling me, and this is the report, you can read it if you wish.
I don't need to read it.
Okay. Well, I'm just trying to help you. You know, let me tell you something.
Okay.
Rick. You know, the prosecutor and the other investigators, they want to see you lock you up, throw away the key. I don't
This
think
is
you're.
ridiculous.
Just listen to me for
Okay.
2 minutes. Let me explain this to you. I'm on your side. I talked to you a little bit out there on the scene. I know you mentioned a couple times you don't want to be the fall guy for this. You also mentioned to me the other day when I was telling you, hey, I want to check the property out, make sure there's no damage, and you said, doesn't matter, it's over. You know, you made comments like that to me that really concerned me.
Sure.
Right. It's concerning.
And what I mean by it's over is that you've already started something here that there's no backing out of, so you've done, the damage is done, I guess is what I'm saying. That's what I would have been referring to.
Okay, and I agree with that. We have started this, we've been working on this for a long time, and all the evidence is clearly indicating you're involved in this. And listen to me, Rick, I don't believe you should be the fall guy. But all the evidence, you say you're out there, we have witnesses out there, we have your vehicle, we have experts. We have experts that say that's you on the video and that's your voice on the video.
Okay.
Experts, not me, because I'm not an expert.
I gotcha.
Okay, and now we have your round at the scene.
Okay.
Not on the bridge, you said you're on the bridge.
I don't even know how my bullet would have gotten out there if that's my bullet.
It's without a doubt that this is very
scientific.
So let me show you a picture of this round, where it was found.
So at the trial, it was revealed that obviously this round was not fired it was found fairly close to Libby's right leg or foot. So the Indiana State Police ballistics person or forensic examiner, she shot it through the gun and then compared the round, the Winchester that went through the gun, to the one from the crime scene, which did not go through a gun. To me, this whole bullet thing, it's suspicious, but I do not really consider this in my overall verdict for Rick being guilty. It's just not scientific enough. However, next to his bed on the 13th, there was a keepsake box. There was one Winchester round that was in there, an unspent Winchester. All of his other rounds were made by Blazer. So I'm not saying it makes him guilty, but I'd like to know, why would he have that Winchester in there? I don't know. Here we go.
That's the round right there. It hadn't been out there very long. That is Liberty's foot. It's within...
Yeah, so sorry if you don't want to see that, but that white thing at the top, that's Libby's bare lower leg.
6 inches of one of the dead girl's bodies.
There's no way.
There is.
I'm telling you, there's not.
How did that round get there, Rick?
I don't know how the round got there. What I'm telling you is, if that is truly what you're saying it is, it's not my round.
The scientific experts are saying, I got a report saying that round came from your gun.
Okay, but understand this.
You were on the bridge.
I told you I was on the bridge.
Listen, right now, like I said, I got a prosecutor and investigators ready to lock you up. And if you don't give us a narrative, if you don't tell us your side of the story, there's 2 sides to every story. Hang on.
Okay.
I'm trying to help you.
I get that.
The media is going to portray you as this monster, and you don't want your wife.
And it's already going to get there anyway, so.
Yeah. So this is your chance to tell us exactly what happened.
Unlike some people, most people, I care what people think about me, and
you do.
You've already set that ball rolling.
Yeah, but there's only one way to get out in front of it, and that's to tell the truth. What happened that day?
I can't tell you what happened that day.
You can tell us. There's no doubt in my mind that the evidence clearly indicates that you're involved in this. Are you the mastermind behind this? I don't know.
Mastermind, okay.
Did somebody else set this up? I don't know, Rick. I want to know. And only you know. The truth will set you free. That's it.
Yeah.
The truth will protect you from the
Well, that's
media.
what I would have thought.
Well, tell the truth. Tell me how this round got next to one of our girls, in between both girls.
I don't know.
You do know. And if you don't tell me, you're going down for this.
Well, okay.
I'm serious.
What?
This isn't a joking matter.
I'm not joking.
You're this
Do you
close.
realize what you've done to me? This is like, you've talked to the people I work with, you've talked to my neighbors, you know, I've got anxiety, I got all kinds of stress and depression, and one of the big things is you can not even think something about me, but if I think you think something about me, it bothers me. And that's already done, because people out there already know that you think I did something.
I don't think that.
And I didn't. Okay.
Rick, I don't think that. The evidence clearly indicates you're involved.
Right.
So if you were in my seat and I had you saying you're out there, witnesses saying you're out there at the same time with the girls, and now after a search warrant of your house, we find a gun, your gun. You own that gun, right?
I do.
When did you buy it?
Oh my gosh. I don't even remember. I mean,
2001. I'll
Okay.
check for you. I know a lot of the answers to the questions I'm going to ask you, but I'm just trying to give you the opportunity to be honest. That's
Okay.
why I asked the question. So you bought it in 2001 in Peru.
Okay.
And I asked you, have you ever loaned anything out? I gave you scenarios. No. So that's your gun. Either you had that gun or somebody had that gun. Because there's no way that round gets on that property where these two girls were killed without that gun being there. And you're there, your car's there, witnesses say
There is no way a round from my gun was anywhere near the girls, the bridge. It just didn't happen.
And listen, we're trying to help you. We're trying to help you prove
No,
it.
you're trying to accuse me of murdering two little. Call me down, you asked me.
As I said before, there are some, I don't know why they redacted that. I don't know why. So that was not me with that blank screen. It was the file from the court.
A few questions, you ask me what I'm wearing, and I tell you what I think I was probably wearing that day, and then you try to say that I'm saying that's me in that picture, and it's not.
You don't have to say that.
I'm done.
Well, I have a warrant for your
I know you
DNA.
do.
For your DNA first. What do you think I have a warrant for? You know I have a warrant. What?
I figure you're gonna arrest me. You obviously think I've done it. The damage is done. Go ahead and do what you're gonna do.
Well,
This doesn't just go away.
I know.
Exactly.
The only person I think can explain all this is you, and you're not explaining it to me.
I don't know what it is you want me to explain.
What were you doing on the bridge? How did your round get there? And why did you kill these two girls? And why were you involved in this? What was your involvement?
I had no.
I don't think. Listen, Rick. I don't think you're the one that killed them. I don't think you're the one that stuck the knife in them. Are you?
I
Are
didn't.
you that guy?
Really?
Are you? I'm
No.
asking you.
Anybody that knows me knows I could never, even if I wanted to, do something like that. That's not who I am.
Then what happened?
I can't tell you. How do you expect me to tell you? You want me to make up a story and
No, the truth. The truth is simple. You don't have to make that up. You just go back and tell me the truth.
I've
You can't
told
tell me
you.
that this event has not been weighing on you for years and years and years. You were out there.
I've told you that. I don't know what you want me to do at this point. I did not murder two little.
I've been so nice
Oh,
to you.
let's see.
I've been so nice to you.
Oh, yeah, you're being nice. You're trying to get me to confess to something I had nothing
I'm
to do
trying
with.
to get you to tell the truth. I'm not trying to trick you. I've drawn out what we have.
It-
Most of it.
You
I'm not
assume it's
all
the
of it.
truth, and it's not.
It has to be the truth. The scientists don't lie. The science doesn't lie.
That's awesome.
It's saying that round came from your gun.
I don't understand all that. All I'm telling you is there's a way that a round from my gun, the one that you took from my house, ended up next to a murder scene or anywhere else.
And
I don't know where you got that bullet. If it came out of my gun.
Right there. That's the
Then
round.
it didn't come out of my gun.
That round was
Then it didn't
collected,
come out of my gun.
Rick, that round was collected on the 14th of February 2017.
Okay,
It's been in evidence ever since.
okay.
All right, and we've compared other weapons to that.
I understand what you're saying, but I can't explain it. I'm just telling you that if that was next to a murder site or anywhere near it, it didn't come out of my gun. And I don't know where you would have got one that did come out of my gun.
Right there. It was there. It was found right there.
Okay.
And I don't think you realize the severity of this. You realize the death penalty is on the table for this?
You know what? I don't really care about living at this point. I've dealt with not wanting to live for 7, 8 years now. It's been a long fucking battle. And with what you guys have done to me, kill me. I don't give a fuck. You'll make my wife rich. So
Is that what she wants? Is that what your daughter wants?
they don't want any of this to even be happening.
Well, it is.
Exactly.
I can't turn this back.
Exactly.
You were there. You're there.
Yep.
The experts say that's you on the video. The
Okay.
experts are saying you said down the hill to the girls. The experts are saying all this. That all the evidence indicates you were out there. The witnesses saw you. The witness saw you. You said you didn't see anybody else on the bridge, but there was a girl that walked up, a lady, that walked up and saw you on the platform, Rick.
Okay.
You didn't see her, and then right after that, these two girls that end up dead, minutes later, walk by her, and she looks back and sees them passing you. You're the last person to have contact with Abby and Libby. Your weapon, your gun out of your weapon is...
I've never contacted Abby and Libby. I've never even met them.
That day. Why? Who said
I
that?
didn't.
That's all I want to know, is the truth. You're not willing to...
I've told you the truth. Do what you need to do.
Okay. Well, let me get the... I have the warrant here for your DNA, and then let me step out and see. And they'll come in and swab you with it.
That's fine.
Well, I'm trying to help you, but... All right, I think they got the warrant, so hang on one second.
I know we have a lot of opinions in the chat. Please be polite. Like the other interview, I think overall his demeanor to me seems not guilty. But like I said, this other stuff, I just can't get past it. So I do think he's guilty. Not sure how this, we still have another hour and 15 minutes of this interview. Dave Vito is about to, I think, swab his mouth for DNA. But I thought they took his water bottle from the 13th for DNA. I don't know. We'll see. That was Rick sighing, not me. That's how I sound after a live chat. Obviously, he's shaking his head no, frustrated by what Holman is saying. Yeah, so Holman lied. They do not have an expert saying it matches his voice. What else? Holman did say that Rick emptied his pockets like he was expecting to be arrested today. So if you're innocent, why would you expect to be arrested? Ruckus says, slide your chair to the left a little bit? Why? Oh, Ruckus, thank you for being generous again. I want to see actual, provable, and legal evidence that theirs did it, and get a new trial granted, and I'll eat my words. As of now, Rick is guilty, and thank you for saying that. Criminal Network, hi, thank you. Just because we have different opinions, it doesn't mean I don't like you. Keep doing your thing, Tom. Thank you. Yes. I welcome different opinions. Just be polite. That's all I ask. Thank you. And thank you for being generous. I'm sorry, I muted that. No name, they rednecked him. I have to ask Siri what that means. Yeah, so up later is Rick's wife comes in. There's been a lot of misquotes online about what she said. Were you on the bridge? You didn't tell me you were on the bridge. I listened back to it before. She says, were you on the bridge? He says, Trestle 1. And I'm pretty sure, I'll rewind it later. I think she says, I don't remember you telling me that you went out to Trestle 1. We'll see. Atonement. Was it ever even presented in court when you were there? How they think he knew those girls were coming? I mean, what the hell is this? He had a load out kit, basically. No, they did not say that he knew Abby and Libby would be there. In post-trial interviews, Holman did seem to say, sorry, I thought I heard somebody coming to take his DNA. Holman said something like he thought maybe he could have known, but there was no like evidence.
All right, Rick, this is the warrant right now we have for to collect your DNA. Vito's going to do it. Okay. I have to read it to you. It's to law enforcement, reference DNA standard, vehicle swab. You're hereby authorized and ordered in the name of the state of Indiana to take a DNA standard of Richard M. Allen by vehicle swab. So basically, I'll just swab the inside of your teeth. Okay. Compare that to any DNA that we have. Okay. You are further ordered to any means necessary to seize Richard Allen and to take a vehicle swab. You're being cooperative, so we don't have to worry about that. But if you weren't, we could get it any means necessary. To compare the evidence of the crime. You are furthermore ordered to seize such property or any part thereof found on such search, and that you bring the same or any part therefore with before me to be disposed of according to law. So basically, we take it, we can't dispose of until the judge says so. So we'll keep this. Okay?
Yes, sir. Do you have anything in your mouth?
No.
No. Go ahead and turn right away for me. Just turn your body.
Just turn my body?
Yeah. All right, open your mouth. Other side.
Well, ball's in your court, Rick.
You just took my DNA.
So what you were telling me out there, it's over, huh?
The damage is done. I don't know.
I'm sorry that you think this is funny and you keep laughing. Maybe it's just a nervous laugh, I don't know, but I'm trying to help you. Yes. Why is all this evidence clearly indicating that you're involved?
I can't tell you that. And what you're talking to me about is a bullet that was found by the murder scene next to...
It's more than just that. You have to listen to me for just 2 minutes straight. Just forget about everything else. Okay? The girls have a video of you. Experts are saying without a doubt that is you on the bridge, that is your voice. How they do it, I don't know, I'm not an expert.
Okay.
That's what they're saying. We have 5 witnesses that see you out there on the bridge with the girls.
Don't see that.
Right? Why don't you see that? I'm not lying to you.
Because it didn't happen.
It did happen.
There could have been somebody that seen me that I didn't see. What I'm telling you is they didn't see me anywhere near the girls or anybody else because I wasn't around anybody that day. So I'm done answering. Like, I know you're trying to trick me into saying
I'm
that.
not tricking you.
I don't care how stressed out I get. I'm not going to fucking admit to something that I had nothing to do with.
I'm not asking you.
Sorry if I'm annoying you by stopping this. This is important because we heard before he said to his mom, I believe, he said he did it, and his mom doesn't believe him, and he says to her, I'm not going to say I did it if I didn't do it. So that's that.
To do that. I'm not trying to trick you.
I didn't kill
listen.
Anybody else because I wasn't around anybody that day. So I'm done answering. Like, I know you're trying to trick me into saying
I'm
that.
not tricking you.
I don't care how stressed out I get. I'm not going to fucking admit to something that I had nothing to do with.
I'm not asking you to do that. I'm not trying to trick you.
I didn't kill.
Listen, I have a full hand of cards here. I'm not laying all my cards on the table.
Okay.
I'm telling you bits and pieces, hoping that you will realize that without a doubt, we have you out there at the time of the merger. It clearly indicates that you're involved in this. Clearly.
It does not. There is nothing that you could have that's going to indicate me because I wasn't out there.
And you don't think that you're around like 6 inches away?
I know that a round from my gun did not end up at a murder scene.
You're wrong.
Okay.
And the proof is right here.
I don't believe it. I mean...
Well, you're going to.
I'm not.
You said you didn't want to be the fall guy. You're being the fall guy. Because you won't give us your side of the story. The truth.
I don't care.
You should care.
You're not going to prove I did something I didn't do.
You're exactly right. We're not. We're going to
Okay.
prove what you did. Your involvement in this.
Involvement. What was my involvement?
You tell me. You were there.
And I told you I had nothing to do with it. I told you I never even seen it.
I wasn't there. I'm not on video. 4
Neither
witnesses
am I.
didn't see me. 4 or 5 witnesses didn't see me out there, and I can.
Me either.
And my round wasn't out of my gun. Wasn't 6 inches away from a dead girl's foot.
Mine either.
I'm telling you, you're living in this world.
Okay.
And I don't know why. I'm showing you some of the evidence that we have. And I'm giving you the opportunity to give your narrative, because if you don't, they're going to make it up. And you know the media, not even media is mild compared to social media, is going to portray you as this monster. Are you a monster?
They're already going to do that. You've already talked.
When you get arrested for this?
It doesn't even matter because I actually care about what people think.
Yeah, you do.
I said I do. I actually care about what people think. That's why.
So do I. That's
you've
why
already done the damage. How am I supposed to? Never mind.
No, please talk to me.
I just
clear this up in my head.
I just don't know how I'm supposed to act like this never happened.
You can't. You can't act
I'm not
like this
saying the murder. I'm saying
that's exactly what you're saying. Your conscience is trying to tell you this is the day. This is the time. This is time to get out in front of this, Rick. You made a mistake. You got in the middle of this. You got in the middle of this. You cannot explain all the evidence away. And you're saying, oh, that's not me. I'm just telling you what we have, some of what we have.
Okay.
And we're still working on other things.
Okay.
But
I'm not going to tell you I did something I didn't do.
I don't want you to say.
End of story.
Again, so then why did he say to 30 people at Westville, I did it, to his mom repeatedly? We heard that before. His wife repeatedly, I did it. Inmate companions, guards. He wrote a letter to the warden at Westville saying, I'm ready to confess. Who am I forgetting? Dr. Walla, apparently to nurses. And it wasn't just Westville. He went to Cass County Jail And in February 2024, a guard was walking around, like every 15 minutes he would walk around. I don't have it right here, but he said something like he overheard Rick praying to God and crying. And he said something like, I'm sorry for what I did to Abby or Libby or something like that. It qualified as a confession in February 2024. So if he's saying here, like, why would I say I did something I didn't do? Then why did he later keep saying it? I know some people say, oh, well, he's on Haldol and this medication. They were torturing him. I don't know.
And I appreciate that. What did you do? What is your involvement? Who else? You know, I have 100 different questions, but if you're not willing to tell the truth, it's a waste of your time and mine. And you're going down for something that you have maybe some involvement in. Maybe this is all you.
Where's this guy that's saying that I helped him?
You tell me. I'm not saying that. Did I say today that somebody...
You're saying that I was involved. Well, if I didn't do it, but I'm involved, what are you saying? If you got somebody saying I helped them do it, they're fucking crazy.
Okay. I never said that. Did I? I just said you're involved. What is your involvement? Is that a theory that some people may have? That
I don't know.
I just want you to tell me all the truth. I just want you to be just completely honest with me.
If you're gonna arrest me, arrest me. I'm not talking anymore. This is ridiculous.
I just thought maybe you would appreciate my effort to help you. I mean, apparently you don't, because after today I can't help you.
I understand that.
You do understand that.
I don't need your help.
You need help. You don't think any of this is important?
I think that nothing that you have is going to show me anywhere near the murder of 2 little girls. That's what I'm telling you.
I'm telling you we do have that.
You don't. It's not possible.
It is possible.
Whatever.
Well, I apologize.
I've already been dealing with bullshit, having to worry about what you've said to my neighbors, what you've said to the people I work with. That's more than I want to deal with. I'm not going to sit here and do this.
Okay. All right, sit tight.
Jesus Christ.
He just said Jesus Christ to himself. I do feel overall like, whatever, nobody cares what I feel.
I know I wasn't in there. Could you just give me? You don't want to talk about that. Okay, what
about any of it?
Okay, what I failed to tell you too is the witnesses saw a gun in your pocket.
No, they didn't.
You're saying you didn't have a gun?
I'm saying I did not have a gun
when you were out there. And you told me earlier no one borrowed that gun?
I probably never would have let somebody borrow my gun.
Probably wouldn't have, but I'm asking you, did you?
No.
Okay. And again, I tried to clarify this earlier. You and I both know I'm not a scientist, and you're not a scientist. But what the scientists are telling me is this extraction mark is like a fingerprint. It's unique to the gun. I told you that earlier. You understand that. It's not unique to that type of gun. It's unique to that specific gun. Just like your fingerprint. If I have a fingerprint, my fingerprint, your fingerprint, and I got a fingerprint at the scene, we match that fingerprint. It's significant to one person. No fingerprints are alike.
And what I'm telling you is there is no way that a bullet from my gun ended up at a murder scene.
And we've been working on this for over 5.5 years. We get a search warrant for your house, find your gun, because we were told when we found that round that it had 3 extraction marks on it. And without a doubt, they would be able to match that extraction mark to the gun. Not type of gun, the gun. We've taken multiple guns down there, and they have not matched to those extraction marks. Your gun does, 100% without a doubt. It's in this certificate of analysis. The scientists say that the marks on that gun match your gun.
And I'm telling you, it didn't happen. I didn't shoot anybody. I've never even pointed a gun at
I'm not
anybody.
saying you shot anybody. I'm saying a fully intact round from your gun is on, was.
And I'm telling you, that's not possible.
It is.
It's not.
How's it not?
Because I wasn't there.
You were there. You said you were there. There's some.
I told you I was on the trail. I didn't tell you I was at a murder site.
This round is telling me you were there. You didn't.
I don't care
you
what
didn't
it's
lend,
telling you,
You didn't
honestly.
lend your gun to anybody. I asked you that. Did you?
I'm done answering questions. Just arrest me. I'm done.
I'm trying to help you, Rick.
I don't know what you want me to tell you. I'm not going to sit here and tell you something that's not true so you can feel better about this.
I already feel good about this.
Okay.
I feel good about what the experts are telling me.
Okay.
I feel good about the scientific evidence. I feel good about the witness statements. I feel good about everything. What I don't feel good about is you being a fall guy for anybody or everybody or anybody involved in this, if that's possible. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you did do this all by yourself. That's exactly, I know you keep snickering at that, but that's exactly what's going to be portrayed of you. You're this evil monster that was just hunting for 2 teenage girls so you could just go down there and terrorize them and kill them, and that's not true. Is it?
I told you.
You and I both know that that's not true. You and I both know what happened. The evidence clearly is indicating. Now there's some missing pieces, and I'm going to find those missing pieces.
Okay.
And it would be easier if you helped me find those missing pieces.
Oh my God. I'm not going to sit here and tell you I did something I didn't do.
I don't want you to. I told you that.
That's exactly what you want me to do. No. What else would you want me to do but tell you I did it? And I'm not going to, because I didn't. I've never been around those 2 girls in my life.
You were on the trail that day.
I was on the trail that day, and I told you
And
that.
they walked right by you, according to witnesses.
No, they didn't. I never even seen them. Like, I think I'm going to see somebody if they walk past me. Am I not? I'm not saying somebody didn't see me that I didn't see. All I'm telling you is I never seen those 2 girls.
And why did
How didn't you see the 4 girls? If you ever walked on this trail in 2017 or even after, it's very narrow. I've walked on it twice, in May 2024 and October when I went for the trial. That's one of the things I can't get past. Like, I've said it so many times. I just can't understand how he could be there between noon to 1, doesn't see the other 4 females.
you report this day 1?
Report what?
That you were out there and you saw these 2 girls, you were in the area.
The very day that they came out and said that they wanted anybody who might have been out there to come in, that's what I did. I went down to the police station. I said, hey, I was out at the trail that day.
Did you want to?
Well, I obviously did, or I wouldn't have.
Did your wife encourage you to? Because she's talking to us. She's talking to us right now. And
I'm sure she is. And she's going to tell you there's no way in hell that I'd ever do this. So we're all good.
It's not what was going on, Rick.
Then I don't know what is.
I just wish you'd be honest. That's all I do.
Oh my God. I have been honest with you, and you obviously don't believe me.
I don't, because if this evidence wasn't there, I would.
Okay.
You don't believe this evidence is...
I don't.
We're not here.
There's no way possible.
We didn't...
There is no way possible that a round from my gun ended up at a murder scene. It's not possible. So something's obviously wrong.
Something is wrong.
Exactly.
You and I both know what's wrong.
I didn't do it. And I'm not going to sit here all day trying to convince you that I didn't do it. No. You obviously think that I did.
I'm not going to sit here all day and convince you that I think that you did do it, Rick. I'm just laying down some of the evidence that we have.
Okay.
And we're going to get more.
I don't think so.
We're only giving you the opportunity to get out in front of this. This is your opportunity. Like I said earlier, the truth is easy.
I've got nothing to get out in front of. I'm not going to tell you I did something I didn't do.
Okay.
Okay.
And I don't want you to tell me something that you didn't do.
Then stop asking me to.
I'm not, I'm just asking you to tell the truth about this day. I asked you to go back and rehash it and you wouldn't. Why?
I told you, because I'm not gonna, you guys are like trying to trick me into
I'm not trying to
doing
trick you.
something.
I'm not trying to trick you.
I told you what happened. You've already got it. There's no need for me to tell you again.
Story.
Whatever. There aren't any. I don't know how I can make this any clearer. I'm not going to tell you that I had something to do with this.
Okay. And I don't know how I can make this any clearer. We have evidence indicating that you're clearly involved in this. And that's sad that you won't help.
Okay.
Because if that was your daughter out there, you would want some people to help.
You're damn right I would.
You're right. But you don't, so.
To me, Rick is not really backing down. He's denying everything, and I do find it fairly convincing. However, as I've said, certain things don't add up. Not sure how long this break lasts. Trial junkie. Rick was drugged while in prison. Well, how do you back that thing up? He was given Haldol because he was acting crazy. Like Alex said, he was eating his number 2. That's not normal. Even if he's faking it, that's a horrible thing to do to yourself. But apparently he wanted to be moved to a mental institution. So how far was he willing to go to be moved out of Westville? And it might have been you, trial junkie. If you know you're innocent, why are you confessing? By confessing, it means you're going to be in Westville forever. I just don't understand that part. Yikes. Is this the part where the defense said the big man was intimidating the little guy? There's some yelling that comes later, and there is some cursing later. You guys, can you stop with the like name calling and stuff with people you don't like? Thank you. This is the second one on October 26th. 2022. Mavhawk. I don't ever go in reverse. I only go forward. Trial junkie. Yeah, I don't know why there are these black parts, because to me, they weren't really saying anything confidential. Caricature contest is a nurse. I've given Haldol many times when people flip out. It calms them down and it wears off pretty quickly, like a couple hours. Makes you sleepy at most, less crazy. What did I do wrong? Is he complaining about my mods? I'm busy. I can't be a moderator.
Still waiting because it sounds like your wife's talking and she's being honest, so. She basically said, you can't believe you lied to her, so you're lying to us too, but. So is there a reason why you have this round in your little keepsake box? What kind of ammo did you have for your SIG?
I don't know.
Blazer?
I don't know.
I'm telling you.
At that time.
At that time, you had Winchester.
Okay.
The round we found was Winchester. The ammo you had in your gun and for your gun at the time was Blazer. But this was a Winchester, it says right there Winchester. Same exact type of round.
We've been through this.
I know, I'm just giving you an opportunity. And like I said, your wife's being honest.
Please stop giving me
And
opportunity.
she says ever since 2017, she's saying that you didn't want to go. You wouldn't let her go on the search party. She wanted to help.
Oh,
And
okay.
she's saying that.
I think I know my wife.
Well, I'm just telling you.
My
You
wife
want me to bring
always
her
say
in?
some stupid shit
You
like
want me
that.
to bring her in and tell you?
I
She's
don't
telling
care
the truth
what you
about
did.
what happened. You didn't tell her, but you've lied to her for years, is how she feels right now.
Okay.
Because, and your depression has gotten considerably worse since this incident, which is.
This has been going on for 7-8 years now.
But it's gotten worse since.
Well, it's gotten really
2017.
bad.
I could see why. If I killed two girls, I would get.
Oh my God.
I would have depression too.
Well,
I would have mental issues too.
I'm sure you would.
Living with this.
I'm sure you would.
And that's why you are. Here's what I think, Rick. I don't know. Only you know, but here's my theory. You're out there, maybe somebody set this up, maybe they didn't. Maybe you're out there, maybe we know you're out there. That's a theory, that's a fact. We know you had a gun, girls saw the gun in there. We know you have anger issues. Your wife told us before that you have some anger issues and you have depression and you have, those types of issues. And maybe these girls said something to you, I don't know. Maybe you said go down the hill, which we know. The experts say you said go down the hill. You get down there and they piss you off for whatever reason. You racked the gun. You didn't realize you racked that gun to scare them, and that round popped out. You didn't realize it. Because maybe, do you carry that gun with a round chambered, or do you not have it chambered?
When I carry it, I would have a round chamber.
So you
but I
rack
don't
it to
carry it
scare
very
them.
often.
Well, you were carrying it that day, because girls said. So if you have one chambered, and what I'm saying is if I have a round chamber, which I do, and I rack this gun right now around, a fully intact round will pop out. Correct?
I assume.
Well, that's what's happened, and you didn't realize it.
Okay.
And that's why that round's there on the ground, Rick. And this is your opportunity. And you say that, you don't want to this and that.
Can you please stop giving me opportunities? I'm not going to sit here and tell you I did something I didn't do.
Okay, tell me what you did.
I'm not going to tell you I'm involved with something.
Tell me what you did do then that day. Help me.
I didn't murder two little girls.
What did you do?
I went for a walk on the trail and I went home. And I told you the details of the best I can remember of what I did that day and what the walk was. I'm not gonna... This is ridiculous. I'm not gonna just keep repeating myself.
Okay.
So.
Well, I'm not going to keep bringing up more evidence either. I mean, I can only give you so much.
How can he say he doesn't know why he had one unspent round Winchester brand in his keepsake box next to his bed?
What about Ron Logan? Do you know Ron Logan?
Mm-mm.
You ever been on his property?
Mm-mm.
You don't
Not that I know of.
You don't hunt. You said you fish?
We mushroom hunt. Yeah, I fish.
Okay. I'm just trying to figure out why that round from your gun would be out there. I'm giving you the
No.
I know you don't want me to give you opportunities, but I'm giving you the opportunity. But you never mushroom hunt on that side of that ditch? On 2000, or you weren't mushrooming, it was too early for mushrooms.
A little bit. It was just a seasonably warm day. So I went for a walk.
Okay. And nobody had your gun that you know of?
I'm not answering that. I've answered it 15 times.
I mean, obviously, you would tell me if somebody did, because then that would put them there and not you. Because right now, you are already out there by witnesses, and you and I both know that realistically, the evidence doesn't lie. So
it obviously does.
If you
that's
did
what
know,
it's saying.
I think I know you well enough. Maybe I don't. That if you did know somebody borrowed your gun or had your gun, you would tell us.
Of course I would.
Okay. So it's realistic for me to believe that you were the only one to have your gun. Excuse me.
I've answered that 15 times.
Okay. And you said 15 times. That's true. So like I said, I'm trying to help you. If you don't want me to help you, I won't. I'll leave
I
it now.
don't. That's fine.
What I'd like for you to do is tell me again what happened, because you didn't tell me. I watched the interview. And I'm just trying to figure out why your round from your gun was 6 inches from those girls.
And I'm telling you, that's not possible.
Do you believe in science? Do you believe in...
I believe in science. I don't understand all of it.
I don't either, but if a scientist, a certified analyst, is telling you that this round came from this gun, specifically this gun, not this type of gun.
I get all that. I know what you're saying. And what I'm telling you is that bullet did not come from my gun if it was found at that murder scene or on the bridge or where, like, it didn't come from my gun is what I'm trying to tell you.
And I'm trying to
So
it did, and they're telling me it did. So now I'm trying to figure out who had your gun, and you're saying nobody did 15, 16 times, and who had a round from your gun. Did anybody have your ammo? I don't know. You explain to me. You try to explain to me why.
I'm not going to try to explain. I told you
You
that.
can't. You can't explain why your round is by this dead girl's foot.
Because it's not.
But it is. You
But
believe
it's
in
not.
science. You believe in that analysis. You believe that our lab, that round's been in storage since the 14th of 2017.
I am telling you that any round involved in this whole thing did not come from my gun.
And I'm telling you, you're lying.
Okay.
Because I have evidence that it is.
You don't.
That's not evidence?
I'm telling you, never mind.
Please,
Nope.
tell me. I'm all ears. I'm all ears. I'm all ears.
I've got nothing to say.
Tell me.
I've got nothing to say. This is ridiculous.
So you're saying you didn't have the gun on the trail, so there's no way you racked it out there on the trail and somebody might have picked this round up? Ever?
What I'm telling you is I don't carry my gun. I carry my gun if we go fishing along the river, like night fishing. I carry my gun if we're going to go out and tromp through the woods mushroom hunting somewhere. That's about the only times I even carry my gun.
And you weren't mushroom hunting and you weren't fishing that day?
It was like February or something.
February 13th,
Okay.
2017.
You realize mushrooms don't grow that early,
Yeah,
right?
it's about May, right? April,
Probably
May.
around there.
Yeah. That's
So
what I'm saying.
why would I be mushroom hunting?
I'm just saying, you weren't mushroom hunting, you weren't fishing, you're just walking on a trail. There's no way you would, I'm trying to figure out how that round got out there. If you're adamant that it is your round, I mean, you can't deny that. It's a round from your gun. Did you rack it on the trail and,
I didn't. I didn't have my gun that day.
never racked it on the trail?
I didn't have my gun that day.
Ever, any day. You ever remember racking your gun on that trail?
No, I don't.
You ever remember racking your gun while you're mushroom hunting out there in the years prior? Do you ever remember racking your gun when you were fishing? Did you ever go fishing there?
Not usually, no.
Okay. Where do you usually go fishing?
Down at the dam.
Oakdale?
No, in town, the little creek.
Oh, okay.
Deer Creek.
Yeah, Deer Creek. And you said earlier you don't shoot it a lot, so you weren't out there target practicing.
No.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm just trying to figure out how I got there. When you said you carry it when you're mushroom hunting and fishing, and obviously I know when mushrooms grow, and I know probably, I mean, you could go be fishing in February. Why do you carry it? Why would you carry your gun? I'm not a fisherman or a hunter. But why would you carry your gun if you're out mushroom hunting?
Just because you're going to be out in the boondocks, you just never know who you're going to run into. Personal protection.
Okay. Or snakes or something like that, I guess.
I probably wouldn't shoot a snake.
You wouldn't?
No.
I would.
Well,
I hate
it's your
snakes.
choice.
All right.
I'm not saying I like them.
I guess I'm quicker than a snake. I can get away maybe. When you do carry it, do you carry it like just on your hip, or do you carry it like one of those fancy holsters, or do you just put it in your pocket, or
It's got a holster, side holster.
like a paddle holster like this, just clips, or does it go through the belt?
It goes through the belt. Well,
Mine just slides on.
it goes through the belt or clips. I don't know. I'd have to look. Right off, I don't remember.
And you said when you do carry, you have one in the chamber. That's how I carry mine.
Generally, yeah.
All right, let me see what the prosecutor has to say. I'm gonna call him real quick. Tell him what's going on, okay?
Okay.
What do you want me to tell him?
I want you to tell him whatever you want to tell him. I mean,
The truth? I'll tell him the truth, because that's what I do.
that's your version of the truth. Because it's obviously not.
I'm not making it up.
It's obviously not the truth.
You think I'm making up that we found this round? And
I don't know what you're doing. What I'm telling you is...
I'm not making this up. You and I both know. I'm not lying to you about anything. Everything I'm telling you is facts.
Okay.
I'm not trying to trick you into anything, Rick. I know you probably you said you watched Dateline, all these fancy shows. I'm not trying to trick you. I'm just giving you some of the evidence that we have against you.
And I'm telling you that that's not possible.
Well, I can't. I'm not making this up. I showed you. I can't make it up. This is a legal document. Item 16.
Any other evidence that
was identified as being cycled in the firearm of item 314. Item 314 is your gun. Item 16 is the round that we found out there on the ditch bank next to Liberty's Foot. And that round compared to your gun.
And I'm telling you that didn't happen. That
I'm
it's
telling
not
you it
possible.
did. So you think I've just typed this up? You think I'm just...
You're saying it happened. I'm not denying you're saying that. What I'm telling you is there's no way my bullet was found near a murder scene. It didn't happen.
And I showed you a picture.
And I can tell you...
Of a round, a Winchester .40 caliber round, right?
I've got nothing to work. Any other evidence that you have is obviously not going to point at me. I mean...
It is.
Okay.
The expert witnesses, the witnesses, all of it.
I don't believe that.
But
so go ahead and call the prosecutor.
I'm just stumped here on what you think I made this up.
What do you want me to tell you?
I want you to tell you how do you think I made this up? Do you think I just typed this up? This is an official document.
I never said you made it up.
I can't lie to you.
I never said you made it up.
I can't lie to you and say, hey, I have an official document right here saying that this exam was done on this round that we found at the scene. I can't make any of that up. That's what you're telling me.
Well, no.
Okay.
I've not once said that you're lying. I've not once said that you're making that up.
You're just saying...
What I'm telling you is that there's no way that a bullet from my gun ended up anywhere near a murder scene. It just didn't happen.
And
that's all I can tell you. I can't tell you any more than that.
And all I can tell you is we found this round back in 2017.
Okay.
Collected it. Have compared other guns to it. Other guns have not matched. We've had it for over 5.5 years. Right, we get information, you're on the trail, we want to talk to you and say, hey, what's going on? Who'd you see? What'd you do? You kind of cooperate, but then we say, hey, we're looking for this and that. Would you let us look? Nope, get a search warrant. We did. We got a search warrant.
Sure.
And we found this gun in
Okay.
your house that you bought in 2001, that the extraction marks, which is the analogy I got from the lab, is it's compared to a fingerprint. It's unlike anybody else's.
Okay.
Because these extraction marks, if they got my SIG 40, if I had a SIG 40, I have a 45 and a 9, but if I had a 40, it wouldn't match to my gun. And we've had multiple 40 caliber guns down there testing on other people that cooperated with us.
Okay.
And it doesn't match to their gun. So that's why I'm telling you why we're here.
Sure.
One reason why we're here
Okay.
today is because your gun matches to this round that was found out there.
And
I can't make that up. I'm not lying to you, Rick. I can't. That's unethical. I can't go take
It's obviously what you think. What I'm telling you is
It's not what I think. It's what the evidence is telling me. If I just thought, oh, I'm gonna make this story up of it. Oh, somebody was out there and jacked around out of their gun. I can't make that up without the evidence that indicates it. Did they say anything to you about this round and about your gun the day they talked to you a couple weeks ago?
No.
No, because we didn't know.
Okay.
And then we collected all the evidence that we thought would match to the evidence that we have and run the test on it, and the test says, ding.
And what I'm telling you is, and I guess I
can't deny this.
What I'm
I
telling
know
you
what you're
is,
telling me. You're telling me that your gun and that round was nowhere near. And I'm telling you that the evidence indicates it is. Right? We're on the same sheet?
That's what you're telling me, yes.
And that's what you're telling me?
No.
What are you telling me?
I'm telling you that...
There's no way in hell that my gun and round's out there. Go ahead, say it. Sorry, I won't interrupt you.
I'm not saying anything.
Because you know it's a lie. I can't make this up. That's what I'm saying. You and I both know I can't make this up. I can't. This is a certified official document. I can't just type this shit up and say, oh, look at me. I'm lying to you, Rick.
Okay.
I'm trying to trick you into confessing to something you didn't do. That's bullshit. You and I both know I can't do that.
Okay.
So tell me.
You tell me. Tell me.
I think you're involved in this double homicide. That's what I'm telling you because of the facts that we have.
I get that you think that. And I'm telling you I wasn't.
Okay. And if that's all it was, your word against my word, I would be like, okay, Rick, we'll see you later. But I got all this evidence that we can present to a jury of your peers that's going to say, fuck, Rick did this. He won't talk to us, though, so we don't know what he is. He's just some crazy monster that chases around teenage girls and wants to torture them and do whatever. That's what they're going to say. And now your wife and your daughter and your friends and your family have to live with that.
Exactly. They already have to. You've already done the damage.
I didn't do the damage.
You certainly did.
My
You
round
and
isn't-
everybody else.
A round from my gun isn't down there.
I can't explain to you something that I don't understand.
Okay. I wish you could. I wish somebody could.
I certainly wish I could.
Well, sit tight. I'm going to find out what your wife's been telling the other detective, and we'll go from there. Okay? I can bring her in here, too. Let her tell you. Maybe she can convince you to tell the truth.
Why'd he just touch that paper? Doesn't mean he's guilty. Yeah, so his wife, I think she comes in soon. The problem in the courtroom and also on this video, she talks very soft, and when she cries, like you cannot understand her. So I am going to try to rewind. At least this one part where she says, were you on the bridge? And I think she says, I don't remember you telling me that. He went out to the first trestle. So here we go. Kathy, his wife, should be coming in fairly soon. Crimson Clover says Rick is not guilty. Free Rick Allen. Find the 3 girls he passed at noon and you can free him. Get them on camera to interview and say, we passed Richard Allen around noon. He should be set free. Good luck. If you think he's innocent, find the 3 girls, interview them, have them say they passed Rick around noon. If you can do that, I might change my guilty verdict. No, I'm serious. Overall, I do think he's acting more innocent than guilty to me. Slew says he does not think Rick is acting innocent. It's okay to have different opinions. Tony says he is not acting normal, he's acting caught. Neil, he's looking real defeated. I mean, I can understand if you're innocent and Holman's like for an hour saying you're guilty and you're innocent. It's frustrating. Davey thinks Rick looks defeated also. Hello, skeptic curiosity. Gotta love that they black out Jerry cussing, but leave in Rick's. Why? No, Jerry said the S word and also F. I think Rick has a small town naiveness, same I had until this case. Susie, I was a little late. Where were these videos obtained from? I submitted an official request.
Your wife wants to come in and talk to you, so she's gonna come and talk to you for a minute, okay? Anything else? You need a smoke break? I know you smoke. You wanna step out back and smoke before you talk to your wife?
If you'll let me, I will.
Do you
but
have a cigarette on?
They're in my jacket.
Where's your jacket?
I'm assuming she has it.
Okay.
Hang on.
I guess they just left this part in just to show Rick's mannerisms as he's alone in the room. At some point later, what I remember from the courtroom, it jumps from like one scene to another. So when that happens, it's not anything I did, it's there.
So step out back.
Is there a restroom I can use, Pastor?
Have a seat. Water, restroom break, smoke break, anything else? I'll see if she wants to come talk to you. You need nothing else? Water good? You need anything else to drink?
I'm just over this.
I know. I want to get over it too. I have a job to do. I'm trying to figure shit out.
Get it.
Okay.
Rick changed the height on his fishing license on April 1st, 2017, from 5'4" to 5'6". Doolin testified to that at the trial. Not saying it means he's guilty, just sharing. Fast forwarded. I don't know where it goes to, though. His wife should come in fairly soon. Sorry for anybody who wants to go to bed. Oh. So as soon as this ends in 25 minutes, it's not me. Hello. Just waiting for that to end. So after this ends, I'll highlight your comments for about 30 minutes, but we're at 4 hours and 45 minutes, so we'll be done in like 45 minutes total. Pick it up, Rick. Sorry, I just don't know how long these breaks last, and I don't want to fast forward too far. Hi, CJK. Is there a problem? Are people not behaving? Silly goose egg. The cuts and blackouts are suspicious as heck. I don't know why they did it. I think at one point they may have mentioned somebody's name, so they deleted that part from the trial, but some of these cuts are kind of at odd spots. Piper Bewitch. Chris Watts, who killed his wife and 2 daughters, also ate pizza with no problem after he took his family's lives. Hi, Maisie Blue. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for everybody joining and sharing your thoughts, not for attacking each other, but I appreciate you joining to share your opinions. We're almost done. Yeah, so people who saw what's about to happen with Rick's wife coming in, you can make up your own mind. He's like, you know me, I know you, you know I wouldn't do this. But it really seems suspicious to me that she says, like, I don't remember you saying you went out on the bridge. I'm probably going to stop and rewind at that point. But 13 days before this, their house was searched with him as the potential killer of this huge double murder in their small town. Why are they not discussing what he did that day? Again, I'm not saying it means he's guilty. I just think I find it suspicious. Hi, Dr. Luminous. You're welcome. Hi, Julie. Pretend you're guilty and being questioned. Would any of you endure this, or would you ask for an attorney? Guilty or not, he should have asked for an attorney long before now. If I was innocent, I would have lasted this long. But like Rick, I would have gotten frustrated after an hour to 90 minutes, which he does. Ron Logan, put down the alcohol. Beyond the evidence, thank you for staying up late for the full 5-hour live chat. Mistress of Wine, is he pulling his arm hair out? I'm not sure. It looks like he's sleeping right now. I'm not really paying attention. I'm looking at the chat. Yeah, so somebody asked before, this cost me $25 money order to the Allen County court reporter. I just asked for these 4 items. That's it. And I've shared everything so far.
Me again. She wants to talk to you.
Okay.
She's calming down a little bit.
Okay.
We basically told her about the same evidence that we have that we told you about. And she's wants to talk to you. She's a little upset.
Probably terrified.
She is. So she's drinking her water and calming down a little bit. Like I told her, you mentioned it earlier, you're worried about what people are going to think and all this. I get that. But I don't think you're a bad person. Neither does she.
What kind of good person kills 2 people?
I totally agree with Rick's response on that.
People make bad decisions all the time. I don't know what happened. You know, for all I know, maybe they did something.
What makes 2 of us?
Well, you have some explaining to do, though. I don't think you can explain why, and other than you think I'm making it up. But good people make bad decisions all the time. Good people get backed into a corner all the time, and I don't know what they did. Maybe. I have a hard time believing they did something I don't think anybody could do something to deserve to be killed over, but you know, if somebody gets angry and their medication isn't right or whatever, I'm on medication. If my medication isn't right, maybe I don't make the best decisions. You know, people that are drinking and doing drugs, not saying you do, but when people drink and do drugs or the medication's off, maybe they make bad decisions. Good people do it all the time, but good people get out in front of it and tell the truth and try to help, put an end to it. It's over. And she believes that she doesn't think we're making any of this up. She thinks you're a good person. I think you're a good person. I just think something went wrong. I don't know why or what happened, but only one person can tell me, and that's you.
I can't tell you something that I don't know. And I don't know how to make that any clearer.
You don't want to remember?
Oh my God, I didn't do anything. I didn't murder 2 little girls. I didn't help somebody murder 2 little girls. I wasn't involved in, what'd you say, scheming or whatever. I wasn't involved with these 2 girls in any way, shape, or form. Never even seen them before.
Well, I'm gonna let her talk to you a little bit.
Okay.
You guys can try to sort this out and let me know whatever I can do to help. If you need more water or anything.
Okay.
Need another smoke break. I just feel like you're I don't know what to think.
You. I said you don't know what to think.
tough.
It's not tough, it's bullshit.
I don't think it is.
Okay.
If you had a valid explanation of all this, but you don't. That's what
I can't explain something I don't know.
All right. Well, we'll figure it out.
So his wife, Kathy, should be coming in soon. Like I said before, she talks low, and when she cries, you can't really understand her. I will try and interpret for you guys if you can't hear. And when she talks about saying, "You did not tell me that you were on the first trestle," I will try and rewind that. And behave in the chat, y'all. Like, seriously, we're adults. The van wasn't a thing. Well, a van was going down the private drive soon after the murders happened, or before.
Hey, baby. Yeah. It's all right, babe. It's gonna be all right. They're trying to tell me that you actually believe that I did it. And I just can't believe that.
Trying to figure out why there's a bullet out there.
I know. Do you think?
Yeah, so I do have to translate. I know you guys probably get driven crazy. I believe she said they're trying to tell me there was a bullet that matched your gun at the crime scene.
I'm not, and that's what I told them. I can't explain something I don't understand. I tried to explain to them that there's no way that a bullet from my gun was at a murder scene, because it didn't happen. I didn't even have my gun that day I went out. You know me. You know this isn't something I could do. And I know that you know that. You don't have to tell me that, I know. They really think I did this. And they want me to believe that I know you know I didn't do this. I guess that's what I'm saying. I don't know what they're trying to do here, but I'm not going to say something that's not true, and I can't explain something that I don't understand. The only way for me to explain it is that I don't know, because I'm saying it's not possible. There's no way that a bullet from my gun ended up at a murder scene. I didn't murder anybody. I didn't help somebody murder anybody. You know, I'm not going to sit here and try to convince you. I know you know me. I know you know that I didn't do this. Had anything to do with it. Like, talk about scheming or something.
Yeah, I don't. I don't know how did a bullet from your gun get out there?
How did a bullet from your gun get out there?
I don't know.
Because they said it came from our gun.
I know that's what they believe me, that's what they're telling me.
But how did it get there?
I don't know.
They
She said, but how did it get there? He said, I don't know.
said there was one in your box above your dresser that matched it.
She said there was one in your box on the dresser in your bedroom. So does she not know why he has a unspent round in his keepsake box in their bedroom?
They showed me that picture too. I can't explain it. And I don't.
I can't either. They keep asking me, and I don't know how to answer that.
You
There's no
answer
way
it.
for me to know.
I understand. Me either. And that's what I'm trying to tell them. You want to keep asking me, and I just keep telling you I can't explain it. I don't know how to explain something that isn't possible. But I know, this is what I do know. I know that no bullet from my gun was connected with a murder in any way, shape, or form. And there's no way a bullet from my gun would have been near Abby and Libby's murder or anything else, because I never even seen those girls. Period. And I didn't even have my gun that day. So that's what I'm trying to say. I don't know how to make that any clearer. I don't know how to make that any clearer. I don't know how to make somebody understand. I get what he's saying. I don't have a way to explain it.
And they're like, there's a witness that said it was you out there.
She said something about a witness that said it was him out there.
Dear, I don't
And
know
I'm
what.
like, how did they know it was you? And so they said they showed her a picture.
How did they know it was you? They said they showed her a picture.
And I'm like, of course you were out there.
If they see me out there, they see me out there, dear. And I
But
told
were you
them.
on the bridge?
Okay, this is the moment that people have been getting wrong for a few months since the trial. She just said, were you on the bridge?
I told them I was on the bridge. I went out to the first trestle.
Oh, okay.
That first
I
thing
don't
that.
remember you telling me that.
So I rewound this before. I'm pretty sure she says, I don't remember you telling me that. And in the October 13th thing, didn't he just say, I don't remember how far I went out, but now 13 days later, he's saying to her, I went out on the first trestle, which is the first platform. I'm going to rewind this a little bit. Since it's so long, I might rewind too far back, but I want you to hear her say, were you on the bridge? And I believe she says, I don't remember you telling me that. I promise I'll shut up.
He told me her picture. And I'm like, of course you were out there.
If they see me out there, they see me out there, dear. And I
But
told
were
them.
you on the bridge?
I told them I was on the bridge. I went out to the first trestle.
Oh, okay.
That first
I
thing
don't
that.
remember you telling me that. He told me, so I told you weren't on it. But I didn't.
It doesn't, hon, you're not in any trouble. You didn't do anything. I didn't do anything.
Tell him, right?
Huh?
I didn't know you were on it. I'm sorry.
Well, don't worry about it.
You told
Hon,
me you were.
Wait, did she just say, I didn't know you were on it? Sorry, this is my first time hearing this far back. I'm going to rewind it.
huh?
I didn't know you were on it. I'm sorry.
Well, don't worry about it.
You told
Hon,
me you weren't.
huh?
You told me you weren't, so I just was.
No.
She just said, you told me you weren't. I don't remember this from the hearing it in the courtroom. That's not good. I mean, I just don't understand why, if this man is on this trail and the bridge, the same afternoon, 2 girls get killed. Why are you not telling your wife your exact position on that trail and bridge? If I'm innocent, as Julie's saying, wouldn't you tell like all your friends, your coworkers, family, I was out there that afternoon. I was on the bridge. I never saw the girls. I never saw the killer. Like, how much of that did Rick do? And we're learning here, she's apparently saying he didn't even tell her he was out on the bridge. Even 13 days after, their house was totally raided with him as being the main suspect. I'm going to rewind a little bit again.
so I told him you weren't on it. But I didn't.
It doesn't, hon, you're not in any trouble. You didn't do anything. I didn't do anything.
Tell him, right?
Huh?
I didn't know you were on it. I'm sorry.
Well, don't worry about it.
You told me you weren't.
Huh?
You told me you weren't, so I just was.
No, I told you that I walked.
Okay.
I love you, baby.
Wait, did she just say you told me you weren't and he says I love you, baby? I'm sorry, but that's suspicious.
I don't know what they're trying to do, but I know that that's not what I told you. I love you. And it's just, they're not going to get away with this. This is exactly what I would never want for you, and there's nothing I can do about it. I'm not going to say I did something I didn't do. I'm not.
As we said before, he ended up telling 30 plus people, including her, that he did it, and his mom.
Yeah.
And I know you know me, and I know you know that I would never do this. All I can say, hon, is you know me. I know you know me, and I know you. And what they're doing to you right now, I'm not okay with this at all. And they know it, but they're going to do what they're going to do. I'm just sorry you're having to hurt. I'm sorry I'm having to go through it. I mean, it's like I told them, the damage is already done. You've already talked to people I work with, you've talked to neighbors of mine, and I care about what people think. You know I care about what people think.
I know.
Hell, I have enough trouble not trying to believe that people think. Half the time I just think they think what I'm thinking. You know what I'm talking about. I'm always worried about what Jory thinks, or...
I know.
And they're trying to, talk about my anxiety and depression and shit, and, I tried to explain to them it's been going on for 7, 8 years. Hell, I've had it my whole life. They want me to tell them that I did it, and I'm not going to. I'm not going to admit to something that I didn't do. How stupid is that? I don't care what they do to me. I'm not going to admit to doing something I had nothing to do with. And I'm not going to try to explain something I can't explain, because I don't know. You tell me, because I don't know. I just know that I never even carried the gun unless we were going mushroom hunting, tromping through the woods, or fishing along the river. That's the only time I even carried it for the most part. I never even would have, hell, I haven't carried my gun and I don't even remember a time when I used to carry it. I mean, other than going fishing, like if we were going night fishing.
But how could the bullet get out there, honey? I can't understand that.
I told you, I can't either, hon. There's two explanations. One is the bullet didn't come from my gun.
It did though, honey. They got ballistics on it.
I get that. Then it didn't come from a murder scene. I don't know what else to say. I get that. I get what they're saying. What I'm telling you is, if that bullet came from my gun, there's no way it was found with their investigation for the murders. There's no way. I can't explain something I have no answer for. They want you to think that I done it. That's what this is all about. They want you to come in here and make me believe that you think I did it, and I know you don't. You know me too well. You know I'd never do something like this, or even be involved with something like this. So they're probably going to come and take you away from me and go at me again. So just tell them you want an attorney, and they'll have to let you leave. Don't worry about me. I'm trying to, I don't know what they're doing.
Yes, you do.
There is no way that evidence is going to show that I did
Right
this.
fucking here, Rick.
You got one piece of evidence
I got
that I
multiple
can't explain.
pieces. Multiple. I'm not showing you my whole fucking hand here.
I don't care. I'm
You
telling
should
you, I'm
care.
done talking.
And now you're gonna drag your fucking wife and your daughter through this because you're too fucking bullheaded to get out in front of this and admit that you made a mistake. And whatever the fuck happened out there, we'll never fucking know because you're too big of a fucking bullheaded. Go ahead.
So tell you I did something.
Tell me
that
the
I
truth.
didn't do.
The truth, Rick. I don't want to know.
I've told you the truth, and you don't want to hear it.
The evidence tells me otherwise. The evidence clearly indicates you're involved in this.
No,
I
it
saw this-
doesn't.
It fucking does.
It doesn't. I'm telling you that there is no way that a bullet from my gun was used in these murders.
And I'm telling you that we had this fucking round on February the
understand.
14th, 2017. It's been secured in a fucking laboratory. And we've tested other guns that people that we...
I understand
I'm
what you're
telling her.
saying.
I want her to hear this,
I understand what you're saying. What I'm telling you is, I can't explain something I don't understand.
Oh, the scientists
That's not
explained it
possible.
for you. The lab analysis of analysts have explained that for you. They're saying that this round, without a doubt, came from your gun.
Then
And
you've
told me
taken it from somewhere else then. Because it's not possible.
I did not take it from somewhere else. It was logged in. It was taken as a photograph. You think we fucking went and stole your fucking round and threw it down by a fucking dead girl's foot? This ain't fucking TV. This is realistic.
I understand.
We collected that fucking item on February the 14th. We didn't take it from anywhere else but that fucking scene. And we didn't take your gun from anywhere else. We took it from your fucking house.
I'm telling you, I can't explain something.
And I'm telling you, the fucking analysts explain it. You can't get past this.
Can you please let my wife out?
Absolutely. Come on, Kathy.
I love you, baby. Can I kiss her?
Yeah, kiss her. Do the right thing, Kathy. Tell him to do the right thing.
She knows I will.
Yeah, do the right thing. You're going to put your family through this for no reason.
So there's about 3 more minutes left in this. After that, I will highlight comments for about 20 minutes, then we all need to go to sleep. I'm not sure if this ends. In the courtroom, Rick puts his wrist out and says something like, "Arrest me." As I said, I think there's about 2 more minutes left on this video. Yeah, I'm going to have to rewind to see exactly what his wife said about whether or not he said he was even on the bridge to her. Leslie says that silence says everything. That was when I guess Rick and his wife were talking. Rising Cat, I want to know what else he has done. I bet he has committed crimes before, right? Well, they have his DNA.
What?
You're gonna pay for what you're doing to my wife.
What am I
You
doing?
wanna
What?
fuck with me, but you leave my wife out of this. Fuck, leave me out of it.
No, you're involved in this. You're fucking rounds there, Rick.
No, it's
I can
not.
see you're getting pissed off. I
I
understand.
am pissed off. Did you not see my wife?
Did you not see these fucking two girls dead?
No,
That's what happened. You got fucking pissed off at them. You fucking dragged them down a fucking hill, and you fucking killed them. Don't fucking tell me you didn't.
I didn't kill anybody.
Bullshit. Fucking upset for a reason, not
Because you guys are trying to
because
tell
of
me I
you.
killed somebody.
You're trying to tell me that I'm not making this fucking round shit up, Rick. It is what it is.
I'm done talking. Arrest me.
Happy to. Be fucking happy to, because I tried to fucking help you and you wouldn't fucking do it.
Oh, you're helping me.
I'm guilty and I know it, and I'm gonna fucking prove it.
Okay.
And I'm not paying for any of this shit. You're paying. This is on you. This ain't on me. It's fucking on you, Rick. You had your fucking opportunity. Fuck. Fucking.
So that's it. He said F in police. So if you're just hoping to see all this evidence that I had, that's it. You can go to bed. Like I said, I'll spend 20 more minutes or so highlighting comments. Davy, why isn't she saying, I know you couldn't? Well, it seems like she was believing this bullet evidence, which I said before. I'm not sure that it's 100%. But this whole thing about what he told her he was doing that afternoon, and if he was even on the bridge, to me, that's highly suspicious. Because she seemed to say she didn't know. Jules, he learned how to manipulate by practicing on his wife for as long as he did. Julianne, he is so uncomfortable right now, he is needing reassurance from her. It was definitely an awkward situation. And he seemed to like change the subject when it got uncomfortable for him. Audrette, right now, that woman knows he did it. But as I've said, in the courtroom, she was shaking her head at certain points like she believes he's innocent. And it seems as of today, she still believes he's innocent. CJK, he put his family through this all because of his depraved mind and forever destroyed the girls' families. He will be judged for his vile actions. Well, as we heard before in his phone calls, if you're just joining now, I shared 8 phone calls before. He said he wanted to apologize to the families for killing Abby and Libby, yet he never has. And if you want to apologize, why not do an appeal? Holy Ralph Email Empire says he couldn't look her in the eye when he said that. He did look her in the eye at some points, but he was looking away, probably more than he was looking at her. Mike Cunningham thinks, I don't know what this means, covering for someone. I think Rick said that. I think Holman was kind of going for, did Rick have some kind of communication with Anthony Schatz or Kegan Kline? There is no proof of that. I know some people say, well, police at one point said there was an alternate user using the Anthony Schatz profile. However, the way they found Kegan was they got information from Instagram and Snapchat, which pointed to an IP address, which pointed to the Kline's house in Peru. They got that off the Anthony Schatz profile. So if Rick was the other user, why would it not show Rick's home or Rick's cell phone as the other IP address? Donna, why didn't he say, get an attorney? Well, some people said before, if he's innocent, he was going along with it until he got so frustrated that he said, arrest me. The Poopy Boy 11, he is not a dependent person here. He is totally the one in control in this relationship. Silly Goose Egg. He also said he didn't do it, but I guess that doesn't count. Yes, I say it does count, but to me, like all this other stuff that happened after the 4 p.m. on February 13th, 2017, I care about where Rick was between noon and 2:13 p.m. The whole trial, the prison stuff, yes, it's important. To me, he was not there at the trail noon to 1:30, more like 1:30 till whatever. Janet says, wow, she knows he's guilty. As I said, it seems now she thinks he's innocent. Obviously, the defense attorneys were telling her they think he's innocent. Badass American. He's flipping it like, I'm protecting you. I'm trying to. I can't believe what they're doing to you. But then he also said, I can't believe what they're doing to me. Fretless Mayhem. An innocent guy wouldn't be trying so hard to convince his wife. I'm not sure that we can totally judge based on what we just saw and heard. Superfly says, oh my God, that's the voice of Bridge Guy. Before I did a poll and 25% said no, they don't think it matches Bridge Guy. Chris thinks Rick is innocent. Well, find the 3 girls that Rick passed at noon and get them on camera. Hi, SP74. Deny, deny, deny phase. Charles says, what the F? I'm so sorry for you. I'd be in rage mode. I guess that's Rick saying he's sorry for his wife having to go through with that. Whatever the interrogating. Louise says he's only sorry for himself. Charismatically clever. Her mind is in rewind mode, looking for the, I don't know what you're saying. I just want to know what their conversations were like when this happened. He said, I talked to my wife and they were looking for people who were on the trail. So he went to the sheriff's station on February 16th. So 3 days after the murders, 2 days after the bodies were found. What did he say to her about where he was and what time he was out there that afternoon? Charles would be throwing desks. He pities others. Davey says, this is way worse than I thought. No wonder the jury found him guilty. Yeah, so the jury, when they were deliberating, they wanted to, I think they wanted to watch this last interview here, the October 26th interview, plus also watch the Bridge Guy video. Whether they were trying to match up his voice or not, or maybe they wanted to hear back what his wife was saying, whether he had told her he was even on the bridge that afternoon. As some other people mentioned in this interview, the 26th, I don't think he sounded as much like Bridge Guy than he did in the October 13th interview or on those phone calls. Silly Goose Egg. This is after they destroyed their house or no? It's 13 days after they took items from their house. I'm not sure that it was destroyed. Seeking Justice is one person who thinks it's not the voice of Bridge Guy. Alexa, oh my God, I feel she's going to fall from that chair. She feels disgusted, and you can see this by pulling away from him. I try to have compassion for his wife. She was obviously blindsided by this. Sinbad Sailor, they watched the Bridge Guy video over and over. and saw wanted posters of a man on a bridge. And he kept that from her because it showed he was guilty. What did they have? Like, what was her reaction to hearing the guys and the down the hill audio being released? What was his wife's reaction to seeing the screenshot of this man wearing jeans and a blue jacket and whatever kind of head covering? Did they have a discussion about it? What are her true thoughts about that? I'm not sure that we'll ever know. Jamila, sorry if I'm pronouncing it wrong. It's interesting how when he's in jail, their roles switch. She becomes assertive of his innocence. He becomes defeated and comes to terms with what he's done. Yeah, as we heard in those calls, like she refuses to believe that he is guilty, at least as of spring 2023. Baxter, I thought he told her he didn't go across the bridge or something. Like maybe he went to the first trestle, which is the first platform, only, or something like that. I might be dreaming. Dude is a total psycho liar at any rate. Sleuth intuition, this looks bad. I agree. I did not remember all of that stuff that she said. Like, I don't recall you telling me you were on the first trestle. G. Ferraro, wow, this is insane. Who talks like this? All for the camera. Yeah, he did look at the camera a few times. 5 more comments, then we're done. Kat says he is most definitely the dominant person in this relationship, which is not how he was portrayed, and he controls his wife through manipulation. 4 more. Humanimal. He is speaking way too measuredly. As I said, I'm not sure that we can really determine innocence or guilt just based on his demeanor and these interviews. Dylan says he's saying he doesn't know, so it will seem like he was deranged when he did what he did. Yeah, well, Holman was saying stuff like if you were drunk or on drugs, but he really wasn't taking that bait. Davey says it's a shame that the defense attorney, Andrew Baldwin, got to Rick's wife. She knows. Well, I just want to know how much she does know. Like, did she watch my video? Obviously, she did not. But in my video where I said why I think Richard Allen is guilty, I go over like how it's impossible that he did not see these 5 females between noon to 1:30. Does his wife have familiarity with how that's not possible? 3 more comments. Just James, definitely not coming across as a big criminal mastermind. I mean, I felt like his saying that he did not carry his gun unless he was mushroom hunting or fishing. I found that believable, but did he truly go home after his wife and his mom's house when they went to lunch? Did he truly get a 6-pack of beer and drink 3 of them like he told Dr. Walla he drank 3 beers before he went to the trail? Did he have a sexual fantasy and he said, I need to bring my gun this day? Whether Rick will give an interview at one point, I'm not sure. Maybe after his appeal. 2 more comments. Yeah, I don't know why the video was blacking out at weird spots. I'm just looking for 2 more comments. Badass American, in his rage to assault the girls with his gun and his box cutter, he had them under control. As he pulled the slide back, the unspent round ejected. Well, some people think that you can hear the top of the slide of the gun pull back when he says, guys, go down the hill, too. I think you can hear that, but I do not hear like a round fall out onto the gravel below. So did he do that again at the crime scene? Or did he do it on the top of the bridge, put it in his pocket of his jacket, and when he was moving branches and stuff, it fell out unbeknownst to him? We have one more final comment. What's this? Sorry. Kenny, Rick will get his fill for the rest of his days. Thank you to everybody for joining and sharing your thoughts. I will do one final comment. It's late, but tomorrow I will crop. This obviously was the normal dimensions. I will crop it so you can get a better look of Rick and his wife. I will upload that tomorrow along with these other 4 or the other 3 items I got. I'm assuming other people who requested exhibits will start to get them in the next few days. These are the only 4 I requested. One final comment. All right, we're at 5.5 hours. Let me just what are we doing here? Melissa Wildcard, oh wow. As I always start off my live chats, I'm going to end it again with Abby and Libby and their families. Keep them in your thoughts. I think justice was served. Obviously, some people in the chat think an injustice was served. So, as I said, if you think he's innocent, go find these 3 girls who passed Rick at noon and help get him out of prison. Goodbye for now. I don't know when I'll do another live chat. Goodbye.